Yes, you are live.
Okay, thanks. All right, the big red one.
All right, I'd like to call this meeting
To order. Welcome the people joining us on live and everyone that was able to show up this evening. Connie, could you give the roll call, please?
Mrs. Anderson? Here. Ross?
Here.
Mr. Shoemaker?
Here.
Smith?
Here.
Here.
Cass, are we being able to be heard? There's a lot of reverb in my phone. I can echo.
That just needs to be on to pick us up, not on speaker.
Yeah, I can hear you clear.
Okay, because it's like echoing, but I have it on speaker. Is that what it should be?
Yeah, you should be good.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, let's stand for the invocation and pledge of allegiance, please. Okay, let's pray. Dear God, thank you for bringing us all here safely and a privilege to be a part of this process in this district. Please watch over our staff and students affected by COVID and continue to protect and bless the rest, we pray. God, we also lift up to you Rob and for your healing mercies to him. Thank you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, that brings us to our approval of the agenda.
I got a question before we approve the agenda.
Okay.
I read this last night, and now I see mine's changed since I got here. When did we add this personal letter from Rob's doctor? When did it come? I mean,
I received the letter last meeting, and that's what I read in executive session.
I know, but it wasn't on my agenda to be on there. And last night when I looked, it wasn't on there.
I just sent it today.
You just sent it today.
I just sent it today.
Oh.
And also I sent the email to the board that the agenda wouldn't go live, and it took so long today to go live because there was no staff in the building. It took me a while to remember that Connie could amend it.
Okay.
It's the same letter that I read to everyone in the
I know,
executive
but
session last time.
If we're going to act on tonight, I had some questions about it.
Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, I didn't have time since I just see it now. I can't run and find out how Rob's doing because it's been since the 29th I see the letters written.
Do you mean, does he still feel?
Yeah, I'd like to, know how he's feeling or if he's been back to the doctor and what's going on. Maybe he's better now. I don't know. But here I see the letter tonight, and then I got another under new business under 3, where we asked for them jobs. How's come there's no job description there?
The cleaning positions?
Yeah, and every job we always vote on. I mean, I'm for it, but how's come we ain't got a job description here tonight on it?
Is it different from the regular ones? I don't know.
Yeah, Jerry, didn't we always want a job description on what the job was?
Job description and salary.
Yeah.
I called Linda yesterday and told her that we had to have a job description and.
Well, the job description didn't change, but I can get that for you today.
Yeah, and we need the salary.
And the salary is on here and it's in the.
Where's it at in here?
Mine don't have a little box out front where I always pushing. I can see.
That's an OPSI position, correct?
Yeah, it's an OC position, so I can run the back of the CBC.
Both of these is up 6, we're just hiring 2, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
so they'll be placed on the OC scale.
Okay. So their job description is what now? What's their title and what's their job description?
Cleaning person.
Cleaning person? Okay, then you should have a job description of that.
But here's what I'm saying. You give them a job description of cleaning person, then you aren't going to be able to use them anywhere else, like mowing grass or anything. helping out around when they aren't cleaning the building, right?
I'm more than willing to address that when we get to that.
All right, that'd be fine. And then I got another thing. I was looking here, public participation. How's come we got this on here tonight? On how you get on public participation?
The pause, what do you mean?
Right here, public participation. I've never seen this on the agenda before.
Well, I think it's always on there.
Is it the policy? What do you,
Yeah,
yeah, that's always on there.
and no, not on mine, it ain't. I just wonder why it was on here tonight for some reason, or something. Okay,
I think it's a format, isn't it? The
I think it's-
agenda?
well, I could show you other ones, and I never did see it on mine. I mean, I know it's a policy, but I couldn't figure out why it'd be added tonight. All right.
It's been on there every meeting. It's just, like, they don't add it, it's just part of the template of board docs. Anything else on the agenda?
Ron, it's just on regular meetings, not on special meetings, because there's not public.
Yeah. But what I'm saying, the reason it ain't on special meetings, you don't have no public participation in special meetings.
Right. But real,
But I'm saying before, in public participation, I didn't see all that on there.
It was
the policy. And which it is a policy, I know, but I can't figure out why it was printed on here.
I looked on the October 8th and it's on there, and I'm pretty sure it's normally on there as a template.
Yeah, because I think it's annoying. Because when we print it out, it takes up space.
Okay, I can understand that. I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
Second,
The voting is open.
Oh, you're
I was
voting?
back on October 8th. I'm a yes, Lonnie. If I can get back to the meeting.
How do you want to vote? I can vote for you.
Yes.
Mr. Winkler?
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Best?
Yes.
Mr. Shoemaker?
Yes.
Mrs. Smith?
Yes. Motion carries, which brings us to the superintendent's report.
You can hear me through this or not, if it's muffled. I wanted to share a little bit about where we're at today, where our staff is at, and what it has been since the start of school till today. And I often think back to something I was taught very young about a statement that came from the 1800s. And in the 1800s, Abraham Lincoln said, "Times have changed, so must our thinking. The dogmas of the quiet past are inadequate to the stormy present, and occasion is piled high with difficulties." Even though that was said in the 1800s, I think it still stands true today. I don't think any of us could have ever planned on being in a pandemic and how we would have even planned to maintain and keep a school open. But I am very proud of the fact of what our staff is doing, and I think it's important for you to know what we see every day on our side of these doors. Our staff is fatigued. We put in long hours, and yet they return every day with a smile on their face, and they're prepared. We miss our weekends, we miss our families, and we miss that way of life that we knew. Yet, they continue with guiding principles. As we move forward throughout this school year, we've been keeping our educational plans top of mind. We are committed to the health and safety of our students and our employees, our academic success of all of our students, ensuring that our students are the center of all of our decision-making, engaging with all of our school communities, and utilizing data. Those are the driving principles that we continue every day to strive to. Switzerland Schools actively plans every day with health and safety of our students, our families, our employees, and our community in the forefront. In strong partnerships with our local health department, We combat the daily challenges of this pandemic by following agreed-upon safety protocols for our students, our staff, and our visitors. As some of you witnessed today, as we were working through meetings, of what that call of duty means for the staff in this office. It also means it is a challenge and another hurdle for all of our other staff. Our health department works tirelessly with us at all hours of the day to keep us safe. With them, we try to maintain a daily health assessment of all of our staff and our students. Visitors have been limited to conducting business pertaining only to the enrollment of or resolving emergency situations. It's not always popular. Our buildings aren't open to everyone, but because of some of these things, we've been able to maintain our doors open as long as we have. Face-to-face coverings are required for all our staff, our students, and our visitors. Reducing shared materials in the classroom sometimes is difficult when that's always been a past practice. And meals are served in classrooms when possible, which puts additional workloads on those folks that maintain our kitchens for us. Our cleaning and sanitation folks spend a great deal of time above what they regularly do in their jobs to increase the disinfection procedures that we have in our buildings. Because of them, I think that is one of the reasons why we might still be open. Encouraging our students to wash their hands and use sanitizer more frequently comes from that staff. And I know that purposely because I had a first grader tell me that the other day. Procedures for our students and staff illness reporting and tracking and designating an isolation room is all maintained by our health professionals, our nurses, our principals, and also our administrative staff that run our front, reception areas in our buildings. It is all extra work. Last night, one of our principals that's here with us today, I know very late into the night with some of his staff was reviewing videotape. I don't think the public knows that when a quarantine list is put together, that they're physically looking at tape to make sure that whoever is tagged on that list actually was at potential risk. It's not done by any other means other than to make sure that the right people are identified. Procedures for closing our buildings during outbreak doesn't happen with the snap of your finger. It takes many calls and many decisions of a team to decide what is best. And those calls go late into the night and early into the morning. Procedures for staff leave and student excused absences take all staff in this building to maintain those records and to make the decisions of what's best for our staff. Our assistant treasurers on the top floor of this building are incredibly dedicated to making sure there is accuracy in that record keeping. Our nutrition team have spent extra time in training their staff and their cooks and their workers and maintaining extra precautions to make sure our kitchens are safe and clean and the food is healthy and safe for our students. We are currently identified as in Orange County, and the announcements have gone out that our schools will move to our hybrid AB model. That means that this staff that I've labeled so far has extra work. Our buses will have modified routes. Our kitchen staff will be putting together a schedule for maintaining food while the on-off days happen. They will have to scramble to change the menus and the ordering to make sure that the food is here. And on top of that, because we have an increased amount of cases in our school, our OC cleaning staff will once again be asked to go above and beyond what they currently were doing in their normal lives. We encourage our stakeholders, our students, our parents, and our community members, and our staff to share their thoughts and opinions about our school year. Help us understand what concerns, questions, comments, or ideas that they have about Switzerland, Ohio schools. We will only become high-performing schools if we see the vision, dig in, and work hard to achieve it. Our commitment as a team, all the way from our administration to our teachers, to our volunteers, and everyone else who cares about the district, revolves around our planning, our ability to stay adaptable, with a focus on ensuring our students continue to get the education they deserve in a manner that keeps them, their families, and our employees safe. We know that this academic year will be unlike any other we've ever experienced. This also means that there is an opportunity to be creative, flexible, and innovative. I am confident that we will come out of this on the other side of this experience stronger and with best practices around technology and learning that will change education forever. And our district will be better for it. The future is now, and I want to thank all of those people that so tirelessly work to make sure that we can stay in school as long as we can, because it really is about the kids. Just a thank you is what I think we deserve for all of those folks that work so hard. We've had wins. It seems like we've had a lot of challenges. Tonight, we will recognize a scholar athlete for us. We will also, I'd like to give a shout out to a young man that received his diploma this week, who through a very tough time of school being shut down, didn't quit. And I want to give a shout out to our staff members, which was an incredible team that helped that gentleman receive his diploma. Yeah. And placed in a very nice job. So with all of that said, it's long and hard days, but I think there will be a time when we can come together and celebrate that we were able to make it. With that being said, I do have some of Mr. Caldwell's cabinet that would like to give reports to you also, and so I'll work my way through those. Some of those are online, and some of them are here today. I think the first one is I would like to have Mr. Semple. Is your athlete here? He's going to be virtual. Do you want to?
Let me see.
Want me to wait? You want to tell me when he's on?
Do you see
Isaac Knowlton or his parents in the waiting room?
Yes, I do. I can let them in.
Okay, thank you.
And you also have a graduate too.
So, what want to talk about first?
I'm proud of them both.
Yeah. Isaac Knowlton, soccer player for Monroe Central, had a tremendous achievement this year. The old record of goals scored in a season was 62, I believe, and Isaac scored 70 goals this year, which is just outstanding. He beat the record by 8 goals. It's pretty amazing. Unfortunately, he had to quarantine for the sectional game, so he didn't even miss the game and still scored 70 goals. So it's actually pretty amazing. We're very proud of Isaac. He received a plaque, and we have another plaque that will be placed in the trophy case in his honor. So we couldn't be happier with him. Logan as well.
Yeah, Logan's on there. Logan Knowlton?
Yeah.
That would be for them. They have to unmute though.
Logan, we
You guys hear me?
congratulate you on behalf of the board for having a tremendous season and career with your team.
Thank you.
You also probably hold the title for being the first athlete that we've recognized through Zoom. So you've got
Sure.
two titles. Thank you, Logan, for being on.
Good job, Logan.
Isaac.
Isaac.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm reading.
Isaac.
It's Logan on the
Yeah. On the
title.
screen. It's Isaac.
You wanna, do you want, I don't know if your other young man is on here or not. We've invited him.
Yeah, I kind of doubt it, but, that was, our recent graduate, Lemuel Dennis.
Time now is 6:30 p.m.
Who had, he had a lot of challenges that he faced, and, Mr. Dunn and I started working with him in the spring to get his science, class back up, and he brought the work into my office, early in the summer, late in the spring, and, was able to get that science credit, and then recently, we had to transition to a new director at Swiss Hills and a new guidance counselor, so Luke and Matt were able to help him to get his, math credit that he was missing, and we're very happy to report that he officially does have his diploma and his certifications, whatever he earned from Swiss Hills, I'm not sure what that is, but I know that he has his diploma, and we're very proud of him. We're happy that he was able to earn that diploma.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Joe.
You're welcome.
Suzanne Holland is our, nutrition and food supervisor. Suzanne? Suzanne?
You're muted, Suzanne, if you're talking.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Sure. Sorry about that. I would like just to talk about two things today. The first one is the compliance with national standards report. This is in your packet of information. The state law in Ohio requires that the school district board of education adopts and enforces nutrition standards governing the types of food and beverages available for sale on its school premises. You have a copy of the Switzerland of Ohio Local School District Standards Annual Report in your board materials, and it is our 2019-2020 report regarding the district's compliance to nutritional standards. Some of the highlights include focusing on nutritional standards using the wellness and the food service policies, considering the nutritional value of each food or beverage used using the Department of Education's computer software for assessing the nutritional value. It includes utilizing vendors to ensure that all products meet nutritional standards and labeling is clear and concise, and encouraging students to make healthier decisions about their meals by making fresh fruits and vegetables available, and then meeting the standards of the a la carte food and beverage items sold on school premises during the regular school day. Is there any questions on that one?
I don't see any.
Okay, great. The second thing I'd like to talk about, which I'm really excited about, is how our office is responding to COVID. Specifically, we are working proactively to feed our students during the times when the schools have to quickly transition to hybrid or 100% remote learning plans due to the outbreaks. So we have been collaborating with our communications contractor to develop a remote hybrid meal registration that will allow parents to pre-register for breakfast and lunch when schools must shift from full day to partial or full closure. And then parents may pick up the breakfast and lunch meals for all their enrolled children at one time without children being present. Parents just have to complete a simple user-friendly online survey, which includes parent contact information, the students' names, the preferred pickup campus, and any food allergies. And then we have each of the head cooks reaching out to the families who sign up for these meals, and they'll be confirming their registration, notifying when service begins, and then reminding them of pickup dates and times. To reduce contact with families, each family will receive a number to place on their dashboard. And right now our plan uses Wednesdays as the distribution day, but we can easily change that to any other day that if the board decides, to change anything. The website for this went live on Friday, November 6th, and it was included in the district's newsletter. We are working on an article to go into the 2 school newsletters, and we will rerun the district newsletter again this week. And then we are pushing this information out through social media.
That's great. That's exciting. Sounds like a really good tool, especially the head cooks reaching out and making that contact. That's great.
We're really excited about it. So,
Cindy, maybe you can help me. While going to hybrid, is the same family going to be able to go each day? Say one's in 8th grade and one's in kindergarten.
Like siblings?
We were trying to do that.
Because what I'm seeing happen here, say some kids in the family get to go and the other stays home, these kids are going to eat at school and these aren't.
Which I believe, right, Suzanne?
we have created a plan that all kids will receive meals. They'll have menus in their packages that explain what meals they'll get at school and what meals they'll get at home. They are suggested menus so that they can pick all the meals up, all 5 meals at one time, but they may be at school the first 2 days eating, but the other days they'll have the food at home or vice versa. So we're covering both.
But what if someone can't get to school and pick them up? What are we going to do then?
At this point, we have done it through doing the pickup. We are looking at some of the transportation information to see where some of the pockets are laying out there. But this is just a pre-registration right now so that we can see what families are interested in receiving and then start getting the meals out.
Okay.
Ron, I think when we talked about the hybrid, the goal was to have the family come on the same day.
Yeah, but that's not the case right now, I understand. Happening.
Everybody would come in on Wednesday to get the meals. They would drive by and pick up the meals for the whole week for their children.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Suzanne. Tess?
Yes.
If you have a report?
I really don't have a whole lot other than just to kind of give you a update on our MiFis for the student population for internet at home. We are still waiting on AT&T to get those devices in our hands that are usable. I got emails and confirmations today that the equipment is on its way. We should be receiving some of them actually tomorrow by 4 o'clock, and hopefully maybe the remainder on them on Monday. So as soon as we get them in our hands, we plan on getting them out to the students who we received information from the parents that they are in need of internet.
Any questions for Tess? Thank you, Tess.
Thank you, Tess.
Linda?
Yeah, we received the OFCP survey last week. Stephanie finished the enrollment figures, and I'm finishing up on the student-teacher ratio and the documents like the local maps and things that need to be attached, and we'll send that back to them tomorrow. And then that takes them approximately 4 to 6 weeks to get back to us to begin the planning process. We were also approved for $500,000 from the governor's office on that telehealth grant, and that will go for construction for broadband and cables. We also finished the FMX training for the principals, so they are now using the electronic maintenance request. And we're also working on a GED program at Swiss Hills that will be located in the Innovation Center. And then we also put together a virtual speaker series where Colgate, Micro Machines, and Pioneer have all volunteered to do a Zoom speaking for our students. And we're also finishing up the RC Bird memorandum of agreement where they will train the trainers for our manufacturing instructors, and that will begin in January. That's it for now.
Questions for Linda? Thank you, Linda.
Thank you, Linda.
Thanks.
Exciting.
Larry?
Oh, thanks.
Okay, just have a couple reports here. For the federal child count is our students with disabilities, and that breaks down how many students we have on IEPs. And you can see there's quite a few. It actually is down from last year. I think we ended up with 454. So we're still a little bit down, but still consistent with our numbers. The second page you have there is our remote learners. I know it's been a question with some of our students with disabilities. If you look at the Blue Sky Academy starting at September 8th, we had 19 students. As of this week, we have 9 students now on Blue Sky. 5 of those are speech only. So they're really not missing a whole lot other than the speech, and they're getting that. The bottom part deals with the Switzerland district remote, started with 47, and some of those came back. So we're down to 33 that are district remote. So just to give you an update, basically we are moving in the right direction where some of them are coming back now that we're hybrid, but they'll still be on their remote plans. And we did get plans from all of the students, and they're all up to date. Any questions, comments? Okay. That's it, Cindy.
Thank you.
Jason Clutter?
Yes, good evening, everybody. We're busy here transportation-wise. As Mr. Kozlik said, students coming back off of either the Blue Sky or the remote, getting them back on the bus routes, getting them back in times, talking with parents daily, secretaries, principals working with them daily, students on, students back off. We started today already as soon as drivers found out that the county had turned orange. We started working on the updating list of A and B groups of students for next week. So things have been moving along pretty smooth here. We've been just staying busy, working on the clearinghouse for our federal motor carriers, drug and alcohol testing. We'll get that wrapped up here by the end of the year, get everybody in, get the report ran so we're in compliance. So other than that, things are going along pretty good. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason.
Thank you. Is Steve on or in the building?
He's here.
Steve George? I know that he has HVAC later on in the meeting.
He's coming.
Do you have an update you want to give?
No, well, I'll just talk about the air conditioning.
Okay, that's fine.
That's the biggest thing that everyone will.
That's fine. Okay, thank you. So is Mark Romick in there?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Behind the column.
He was hiding. I couldn't see him either.
Sorry.
We had, just recently, we had an athletic council meeting for the district. We went over some of the different protocols and everything. One of the good things about the athletic council meeting we had, Linda Dick was able to be there with us, and she listened to all the different protocols we were doing for winter sports. And once we were done, she gave some of the things that we need to be doing as far as she was concerned also. A couple of things that we had decided during that, in speaking with all the athletic directors and principals, is that Switzerland of Ohio was going to not permit visiting cheerleaders to come in. One of the things with the different venues is that we couldn't guarantee safety of kids, the cheerleaders from the visiting team, because in just about every gym, parents and everybody else crosses the cheerleaders, the visiting cheerleaders, to get to the seats. So, and we've already sent out notification in the OVAC. We've received also from a lot of other schools, they're not doing it either. They're not allowing visiting cheerleaders to come. The state of Ohio has also mandated that there only be a certain number of cheerleaders on the sideline, even with the home cheerleaders. So, you know, that's one of the things that we found out. Also, with that, there was a recommendation of what was needed for each coaching staff. Okay, for paid coaches, for volunteers, and so on. And we put that down so that across the district, it's uniform now. Everybody knows what's needed. Every school's on the same page in that, and all the principals had input on it and everything. So we were really happy with that. Also, one of the things we talked about was the possibility, now that we have the facilities and that, it was brought up that we look at having somebody with weight training supervision with the kids and everything at the different schools, whether it be, and we wanted to look into some of the wellness money and different things, possibilities of how to pay for it. So that's still an ongoing process there that we're looking at. Also, we ran into the different athletic directors gave reports on each of their buildings and the lost revenue from fall sports. It averaged anywhere from $6,000 to $8,000 to $10,000 to $12,000 that was lost revenue. And the biggest thing was that everybody had agreed on was that it didn't affect the fall sports this year, but it's going to affect the winter sports and it's going to affect the spring sports. And the biggest thing is it's really going to impact next year's fall sports, because those kids, the reconditioning bills come in, they're about anywhere from $2,500 to $4,000. And you have to recondition the equipment each year. Bellsville had a great question. Delma Moore told us, he said, you know, we didn't have a junior high football team. He said, do we have to get it reconditioned again? And the answer was yes, because that Noxay seal that goes on the back is only good for 1 year. And without that seal on there, you can't use that equipment. If you try to use that equipment again, now there's liability problems. So, you know, that reconditioning is going to have to be done again. And what's going to impact is next fall, we're not going to be able to buy as much equipment to replenish what we had. So it puts a huge impact on the just the kids and how we can properly equip them. So, you know, one of the things we'd like for the board to look at is the possibility. We're going to look at revenue that was lost in that, and we'll bring it back to the board and kind of give the board a snapshot of what was lost from last year to this year for them to look at. So, you know, are there any questions on that? Second thing is, I sent out also the youth sports, the guidelines for the youth sports that we come up with, and talking to all the different principals and everything. So you should have had, possibly have a copy of that. So if there's any questions later on, I can answer those also.
You would.
That's all, Mr. Brill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. And lastly, Jennifer Bohatch has been quarantined. She's been positive, but yet she's continued to work with us through her illness. And she told me she didn't have a report, but Jen, just in case you changed your mind, I wanted to give you the floor.
I'm good, thank you.
Thank you. Hope you're feeling better.
Thanks for hanging in there, Jennifer. She's had a long day.
I don't wish this on anybody.
Yeah, she said I don't wish this on anybody.
Lastly, we had Mark Swindleman from Swindleman Insurance with us, and I was gonna give him the floor during, this time period, to help, explain to us any of the changes that might be, presented in the options for you for the insurance policy that you're going to see on the agenda tonight. So Mark, I know you've got Brad with you. You're muted, but I'd like to turn the floor over to the two of you. And I think Tess, they're gonna ask to share, it looks like they're able to share their screen.
Great. Can everyone hear me? Thank you.
Yes, and we can see your screen too.
Okay, great. So Brad Widener is joining me from a remote location. He's part of the Schwindeman team as well. We've been fortunate enough to work with Switzerland of Ohio now on its health insurance benefits and the ancillary benefits since 2015. And healthcare costs continue to go up. And what we wanted to talk about is your financing arrangement to begin with. And I'll walk us succinctly through this, the one pager that we've put together, and hopefully try to answer any questions that might be there. So let me start with that. The renewal period for the upcoming year will be January 1. It's a 12-month renewal period. Switzerland of Ohio has been participating in Jefferson Health Plan. It's a consortium with approximately 185 other entities, mostly school districts. Jefferson Health Plan is the largest consortium of schools in the state of Ohio for health insurance benefits. In Ohio, public entities can band together to purchase health insurance. Private entities cannot. So that's an advantage from a spreading of risk in these large pools. There's actually about 21,000 employees in the pool. Switzerland, Ohio has roughly 336 of those 21,000 employees. It is a self-funded nonprofit consortium. And there's also some reinsurance, which I'll explain here in just a moment. So being a self-funded nonprofit consortium, it eliminates, quite honestly, quite a bit of the profit margin that insurance carriers build into financing for health insurance premiums. Before 2016, in 2018 and prior, Switzerland of Ohio was fully insured through Anthem Blue Cross, which essentially meant that Anthem assessed the risk for the participants in the Switzerland of Ohio plan and then charged a premium for that. And so there were profit margins built in for obviously the insurance carrier and the shareholders. So we think you're financing your healthcare in the appropriate manner, being in a self-funded consortium. It's called an allocated balance consortium, meaning that if any money's paid in on behalf of Switzerland of Ohio by Switzerland of Ohio, if the costs do not exceed the premiums paid, the money goes into a reserve account for Switzerland of Ohio. So the good news is that over the last 4 years since you've been in the consortium, and quite frankly, really the consortium or the majority of the reserve that I'll talk about here in a moment has been built up over the last 18 months because of some better claims experience than was anticipated. So overall, we think the financial arrangement works well. So very specifically, premiums are established based on what the underwriter for the Jefferson Health Plan feels that Switzerland of Ohio will need to cover its claims costs and administrative costs, plus the reinsurance premium. There's actually reinsurance or stop loss coverage that if any one person has a really large claim in excess of $125,000, there's reinsurance that kicks in that reimburses Switzerland of Ohio for that claim amount. So I'm about the fifth or sixth bullet down. It looks like the sixth bullet down. And by the way, if there's questions up as I go through this, please feel free to stop and ask me. So we believe the financial arrangements worked well. The reserve balance that's right now as of the end of September is $4,323,000. The required reserve balance, Connie gets audited, the treasurer does each year. And so there's a requirement for self-funded insurance plans for public entities to have enough money in a reserve account, in its account balance, that if the plan were stopped, that there's enough money to pay the claims that were incurred prior to the termination of the plan. It's called run out protection or a reserve balance adequacy. So the required reserve for this year's renewal was $1,790,000. So Switzerland of Ohio actually has an excess reserve of $2,533,000, and your current monthly premium is roughly $783,000. So in effect, there's about 3 months of excess reserve in the plan, so it's very healthy. I'll relate back to this here in just a moment as we get through the rest of the comments. I should comment, and maybe this is a number if you want to jot it down so that you have it in front of you. The reserve balance just in June of 19 was $1,985,000. So roughly 2.3 million of reserve has been generated in about the last 15 to 16 months. And that's due to much better than anticipated claims experience. We believe there's partly a reason for that. Actually, there's a couple of reasons that I'll expand upon. So Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield administers the plan. So that's the insurance administrator, but really you're in a self-funded plan. So it's a Blue Cross Blue Shield arrangement. So let me spend a little time. Let me just stop for a moment, ask if there's questions concerning the financing of the health insurance arrangement. Hearing none, I'll keep going. It's worth commenting the reserve balance of 4.3 million. Had you remained fully insured as you were back in 2015 and before, that money would be insurance company profit and not sitting on the balance sheet, or I should say the bank account, which is the balance sheet in the insurance plan, which is actually Switzerland of Ohio's money. So you made a wise decision in moving to the self-funded nonprofit financing arrangement. At least we believe you did. So if you look at item number 2 for just a moment, this kind of gives you an idea of what's happening from a claims perspective over the last 4 years with your employee population. Your employee population has grown. It's up about 22% since 2016 on the plan. In 2017, the annual claim amount for each employee on the plan, this includes dependents for those employees that have their dependents covered, it was $21,552. The next year, it was $23,170, so about a 7.5% increase. What we were seeing consistently since the year before 2017, 2015, were pretty significant increases in the claims costs. And so there was some concern with regards to what the trajectory of that was. So there were some relatively sizable increases in premium taken each of those 2 years, 17 and 18, about 10% per year to help cover what was anticipated to be ongoing costs. In 2019, the claims cost did turn around somewhat, so it reduced to $21,170 on average, so about an 8.6% reduction. Part of what probably happened there is, quite honestly, a lot of younger employees were added to the plan, which more than likely didn't have as much in claims cost as the average age employees and the employees with more tenure. And then in 2020, you can see what happened. There was a substantial reduction, and these claims costs would be through the end of July, down to $18,589. Part of that was due to what I just described, some additional younger employees coming onto the plan, but we believe a good portion of that could have been due to delayed services as a result of COVID. For example, my wife's a surgical nurse, and she worked very sparingly during the pandemic from, say, March to, quite frankly, the end of July. So we know that a lot of elective services just didn't happen, and correspondingly, the claims costs were down, reflective of that. So that's helped boost the reserve account, but we think there's probably some pent-up claim demand there that's going to, not just for Switzerland, Ohio. We're fortunate enough to work with about 300 employers consulting for their benefits. And we're seeing this kind of across the board that we expect some increases in claims expense. As a matter of fact, for calendar year 2021, the underwriter for the Jefferson Health Plan is forecasting about $22,000 of claims experience. per employee, 22,425. So that's more in line with, say, 2018, 2017, 2018, as compared to the most recent 12 months ending July. Recognizing it's a pretty substantial increase over the previous year, but again, it's projected somewhat based on the fact that several services were not able to be administered and corresponding. Those claims really didn't hit the plan. The inflation trend is 8%. That's the percentage that the underwriter would normally expect claims to go up if there's no change in benefits for the plan. And so what you see there is more than that, obviously. And again, it's more than likely due to the claims experience that just did not hit the plan. So what does that mean in projections for going forward? There's 336 employees on the plan. That was as of, I believe, the end of September. 87 single employee contracts, 249 family contracts. The projected claims at 22,425 times the 336. The anticipated claims cost for next year. And by the way, this is somewhat kind of like trying to predict the stock market 15 months out based on historical returns. There's some science and there's some art to the forecasting of the claims costs. So the projected claims for 2021 are $7,535,000 roughly. The administration cost and reinsurance about $1,048,000. Now, it's worthwhile noting that the largest bulk of that line item is the reinsurance. Administrative costs are about $200,000, so about 2.5% of projected premium. So you have very, very low administrative costs with your plan. The reinsurance, quite honestly, is money that's paid into this pool by all the participants, the 185 or so entities that participate. The cover claims cost in excess of $125,000. So it provides some protection so that a few large claims like a $1 million premature child or something doesn't really exhaust a lot of the money that's in the account or the reserve account. So the projected costs for next year are someplace around $8.6 million. Underwriter at Jefferson Health Plan is comfortable, quite honestly, with someplace between a 0% increase and a -5. Quite honestly, is comfortable with a -5 and actually came out with a revised renewal. The first one was right around 0. And then when we had discussions with the underwriter, due to all the excess reserve that was there, the underwriter was comfortable reducing that to around 8.9. So I think the kind of the decision point is deciding upon this evening or whenever you're comfortable doing so as to what makes sense from a renewal standpoint. I can tell you we do not have many employers that even have a flat renewal. Most of our employers have had to increase contributions due to increased claims cost and additional increased claims anticipated due to COVID. So even at a 0%, I think you're in good shape. Due to, and at a -5, we would concur with the underwriter at Jefferson Health Plan due to two reasons that we're comfortable with it. Due to two reasons, the claims costs have trended down over the last couple of months, and there's a pretty substantial excess reserve that Switzerland has built up in its reserve account. And the way this works, if total costs exceed premium funding, then there's some excess reserve or a buffer, so to speak, that can absorb the deficit for that year. If total costs are less than premium funding, the excess premium stays in the reserve account like it has over the last several months, especially the last 18 months. So let me just stop for a moment and see what questions there are and see if I can help answer any of those.
Mark, this is Ron Winkler. I got a question. How much you think is going to be in the buffer zone?
How much should you have in the buffer zone, or do we think is going to be in the buffer zone?
Going to be in the buffer zone.
Go back up towards the top, which will be the first one, the bullet points at the top. item number 1, if we could get the screen to go up to that for just a moment. Can we move the screen up? And you may be able to see it there. I'm not up there on the screen that I'm looking at. So right now, if we look through the financial arrangement, and it would be again further up towards the top, the reserve balance as of September 30, there we go, is at $4,323,000.
Yeah, I got that.
Required reserve is at $1,790,000. So there's actually that excess reserve is your buffer right now, that $2,533,000. So it actually works out to be about 3 months of premium. So it's extremely healthy as a reserve account. So if that answers the question, the buffer is that $2.5 million.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome. Other questions? Ms. Burrell, is there anything else to address, or is there any additional commentary from anyone that's been involved in this?
You good? Are you good? Mark, we appreciate you spending the time with us if no one has questions for him.
Okay. Well, thank you all. We appreciate the opportunity to work with you. Take care.
Thank you. Thank you.
With that being said, the last thing is, I think, our staff would like to say, we dearly miss Rob and hope that, he returns quickly. He has stayed in contact with us and worked through a lot of the issues that we have, and we've tried to present and carry on, his wishes through what you see in the agenda, so.
Well, I'd like to hear from Andy.
What would you like to hear?
Well, what do you think? You've been around all the schools and met with the principals and everyone?
I have not. Phil has been out and about, but I have not been out to meet everyone at this point. I have been around, but not here recently.
Okay.
Madam President, that concludes the superintendent's cabinet report.
Thank you. All right, that brings us to the consent agenda. Is there any items for question, or do you just want to work through them and vote on them separately?
Consent, we wrote one.
Oh, sorry. So is there anything that needs pulled out or explained?
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I'll second it.
Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Winkler?
Yes.
Mr. Gus?
Yes.
Mr. Shoemaker?
Yes.
Mrs. Smith?
Yes. Motion carries, and that brings us to old business.
Why is this on here again?
Because we need it, and we have a grant, and the teachers asked us to bring it back to you. And I have Dr. Winkler is on. I'll wait for him to unmute. I think he provided Bev, maybe you had asked for more information, and I think he may have. Dr. Unger, you're muted if you hear us.
Yes, I can hear you.
So if you have any staff or students with you?
Yes, I believe we have a couple agriculture teachers here that would like to talk. If you look on the waiting list, I think Kayla would be the first one, and then whoever else is there.
Do we need to leave them in?
I think Tess does
Tess
that.
will have to.
I think she can hear
We-
him.
I just have Miss Rubel there, and then I have
Yes.
Susan Bondi and Jordan Jones.
It would just be Rubel.
Rubel.
Okay.
So has anything changed since the last time we voted this down? I mean, the sizes or anything?
I think we need to ask Dr. Unger.
What
The
I'd like to-
information.
Before we go any further is, hybridized code 3313.46. Did you follow that process? I don't believe you did.
What's that address, Jerry?
That is, our policy is that we get specs and we
Put them out
put
to
them out to
bid.
bid in a drawing and put them out to
He
bid.
did.
You didn't put them out to bid.
He did.
How could you put them out to bid when you never got approval for putting them out for bid?
He received,
He received 3 different bids. He did not put out a
Advertised.
spec list of this stuff. You got a spec list, what you're asking, then you put it out for bid.
did we do that on the current one we have?
We own, no, on which one?
The greenhouse that we have?
Which one, the one at Swiss Hills that you don't use, you've never used yet?
That's not a greenhouse, that's a hothouse.
Hothouse.
Okay.
And, but we
Never
have
been
one at
used,
River.
is that right?
But we have one at River, and I'm not even sure it has.
The River one was grant money and donation money.
It has grant money associated with it.
I understand it, but
Yeah,
it's
but-
donation money, but you still, anything over the 50,000, you have to get a spec list, ask, well, Steve might not know, he's new, but Jason and all of them, you had to put a spec list out, get drawings, and then put them out for bid. You never did that. Did you, Mr. Unger?
We have 3 quotes that are put together here. One
3
from
quotes.
Hummert International, one from Steppe, and one from Brow Brothers. They were all given the information that we wanted, a 30 by 48 greenhouse and 2 30 by 60 greenhouses. And they prepared a list of materials and so on together, and a quote for those items. We also have a quote on the labor and to install the greenhouses. The total price is quoted on our board agenda here of $294,336. That's for complete construction. Is the intent with this project that the construction class are going to build these greenhouses. Therefore, the actual cost will be much less than that. But in order to be transparent, we wanted to put the entire amount on there in case of COVID or something, and we had to get an outside company in order to do that.
Are you familiar with revised code 3313.46? Have you ever dealt with that?
With items over $50,000, we're required to get 3 quotes. And we have 3 quotes here on the structure.
A spec list out. You have to get a spec list and a drawing. You put it out for bid. You want numerous bids. You don't just need to get 3. The more, the better.
Well, we put out spec lists as far as what we wanted in the greenhouse, and the 3 companies put together their prices accordingly.
You ain't getting it. The idea of it is you have no spec list, you have no drawing. What you want. Until you get that and then you have to put it out for bid. You want more than 3 bids if you can get it. They always come, and here's the way we do business here. You're new, but they come to the Buildings Ground Committee and they present. We take it and have a meeting and we decide what we're going to do. And then we tell them, get spec lists, drawings, and we'll put it out for bid if we think we can afford it.
I'm not sure we've done that with the current greenhouse.
It wasn't over 50,000.
Tell me what greenhouse you're talking about.
Yeah, it wasn't.
Greenhouse you're talking about, please tell me.
Downriver.
That was done through donations and volunteer work.
Did it
There was
even have a
nothing about
permit
the
to
school
build it?
funds did not pay a dime there.
Did it even have a permit to build it?
I have no idea, but that is all donation money. And what I'm talking about is the $50,000 limit. If you go over that, then you have to go according to our revised code. You have to have specs,
Did we
and
do
you have
that
to have
on
a
the buildings
drawing.
at Swiss Hills, the pole barn?
Did they cost over over 50,000?
I don't know.
I'm telling you, if they did, you better. See, we had a lot of problems. They've been doing this when they come up with these, what do you call them, press boxes. That's when they were starting to put press box bids out, and they'd separate them. So much for the foundation, so much for the building.
Hey,
That's illegal. We got that straightened up. From now on, we formed a Buildings and Ground Committee, and anybody like Bellsville, River, Skyview that wants something. We met here recently at Skyview. They called us, said they need the road, and we looked at it before, and we said, yeah, we're in agreement. So they called, we go out and see what they get, and then we just tell them, get a spec drawing, what you need, and we'll put it out for bids. If it's over 50,000, well, it'd come in under 50,000, so we didn't have to put it up for bids.
So are what you saying that he needs to have approval tonight to put the drawing together?
What I'm saying is, yeah, he should get approval to put a drawing and a spec list and a drawing out for bids.
But here's my point. I can't see spending $294,336 on a greenhouse out there when we're in negotiations with teachers, OC, and everybody. How can you justify spending this much money when we're still in negotiations? How can we do that?
Let me tell you a little bit about how this project started. This project was actually the brainchild of the students within the agriculture program. They wanted to have a greenhouse and a laboratory space, and actually, according to the standards for vocational programs, each of those teachers is required to have a laboratory space for their students. They would like to have a greenhouse, and they actually have a whole lot of ideas as far as different things they're going to do in their greenhouses, such as aquaculture, such as hydroponics, such as greenhouse tomatoes, bedding plants, poinsettias. They have several things that they're going to do in their greenhouse. So this project actually was conceived from the students within our programs and through our agriculture teachers, and has come to this point. We've provided you with some information about the project, the scope of the project, and if you approve this, then if you want to go ahead and go out with an RFQ and get further bids, then we can do that after approval. If you have any facts as far as whether it does not meet the Ohio Revised Standard for projects over 50,000, but in the past, it's been my experience that as long as you have 3 bids for projects over $50,000, you're fine.
That is not a Ohio Revised code, buddy. Oh. And that's not what the policy we agreed to. That's why we formed a Buildings and Grounds Committee.
Could you please provide me with the board policy number and location where we can find that, so we make sure that in the future that this is met?
I'll look it up for you and I'll get it to you this week.
Which one is it?
I'm not sure. I've read it, but I ain't got. I'll have to look it up.
Is there a question? Why can't we downgrade them to some other greenhouse? Why do we have to have such expensive ones?
The greenhouses that we've provided, basically, they're pre-engineered structures that will meet code in order to have students in them. Also, they're engineered to last several years. If we go with a standard, like a hoop house, like you would find in production, that's not necessarily what's best for an agriculture program where you're going to be doing research and you might be doing some animal science projects in there and some other things. The greenhouses that are quoted actually have a polycarbonate coating on them, or plastic, that we should get 15 to 20 years out of. Whereas your typical Quonset tile hut greenhouses would have polyethylene film, which doesn't hold up as well, and actually lends itself to somebody cutting it and so on. And you have to recover those greenhouses about every 3 to 4 years, depending on the weather and the wear and tear on them. So if you actually look at the structures that are quoted, you got a much beefier structure there, and so on. I actually shared a document that has some pictures of some different greenhouses from around the state, that put in these structures. One in particular is actually 20 years old, and has held up really, really good.
Okay, so, you know, what is the problem about having a pilot program where whatever school's got the most interest, maybe build one there and see how it goes? Why do we have to build all three when we don't even know if we got the kids interested in it? Swiss Hills and
Currently, you have agriculture programs at each of those three schools, and according to the high quality program standards guidelines, those programs are supposed to have laboratory spaces. Currently, they don't, and by providing them with a greenhouse structure that provides them with the opportunity to fulfill their curriculum and do what they need to do to meet the Ohio standards in their program area.
Mr. Unger, did you go down the river and look at their greenhouse?
Yes, I did. I actually went down there, had about an hour conversation with the gentleman down there about all the hard work that him and his volunteers put into that greenhouse, and all the quality plants that they push out and the different things that he does. Actually has a lot of neat hydroponics projects in his classroom and stuff. Very knowledgeable about horticulture. We traded some ideas back and forth, and then I took a look at the structure, took some pictures of it and so on. It is more of a Quonset style greenhouse. You don't have a whole lot of headroom in that, which basically causes a couple problems if you're going to be doing some research projects or doing things like poinsettias. You're not able to control your environment quite as well with those type of things. Also, if you were going to do greenhouse tomatoes, you'd actually have to have an eave height around 8 or 9 feet so that they have something they can climb up. And a lot of the hydroponics projects that they would like to do are either, greenhouse tomatoes or cucumbers and so on, and you need some height and some area to work around in there. But they got a nice structure. He told me they had approximately $15,000 to $20,000 in the structure that they have. Now that was gathered through grants and a lot of donations. I think Jerry had something to do with the concrete and stuff in there, which was really nice in their greenhouse. But as far as servicing the agriculture programs, they need something that's a little more substantial and able to be a little more diverse so that they can do different projects outside the area of just bedding plants.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Dr. Unger, this is Beverly. What other types of labs would qualify as an acceptable lab besides a greenhouse?
There's different things that you can have. For instance, if you have an equestrian program, a lot of times they'll build some stalls and barns and stuff and different riding areas in order to train horses and so on. You could build a agricultural mechanic shop, which can house several pieces of equipment and so on, so you can work on tractors and so on, or build different wood projects and stuff you might do in class, and also some laboratory type items. Some of the agri-science programs will actually have a large classroom that has a lab and like a hydroponics and aquaculture facility attached to it. All of those items are really a good bit more expensive than a greenhouse. You're talking about something that's more of a block type structure, and something that you're going to have to, provide, some more substantial items like fire equipment and stuff like that in there.
Would like an outdoor, I'm thinking of like a garden.
If you're doing a natural resources type program, you can use outdoor labs and so on, and trails and things such as different outdoor structures that could be part of it. That can be part of your outdoor lab. The problem is during the winter time, you really don't have access to a lot of those things, and a good portion of our instructional time in this part of the state of Ohio weather kind of impacts those type of things that aren't covered and aren't inside, and we don't have the ability to have hands-on instruction the entire time. Usually those things are in addition to some sort of a barn type facility or some sort of a lab type facility.
You know, we did have an ag lab out there, worked on equipment and everything. Down the way with it to have adult ed out there. Okay.
As far as the cost and stuff for these greenhouse, I've actually built 3 of them and a couple of different programs I've been in. The costs seem to be pretty much in line with my experience as far as having outside companies come in and build a greenhouse. I've also had experience building a cheaper type greenhouse, more of a Quonset type structure with the polyethylene film. And we spend a lot of time dealing with, people cutting the plastic from the outside, not necessarily students, but, if you're in an area where you have a lot of traffic and stuff, it can, it's subject to a little more damage. When we move to a structure like has been quoted, a more of a gable type structure with environmental controls, we were able to add poinsettias and aquaculture and stuff to our program, which was really a benefit to our students.
Dr. Unger, I apologize that we didn't make that clear to you at the last meeting that it was on the agenda. I've looked through our board policy and I can't find anything, but Jerry, the law says if it's above 50,000, we have to advertise in newspapers, and is that the whole route? So
our board policy tells us we have to reference that, and I'm trying to find it right now. I read it 2 or 3 times.
The revised code that you gave.
What?
The revised code that you gave is accurate, and it does outline things that you would need to do to make a purchase.
After he purchased, go ahead, Jerry.
And we said, whenever we formed the Building Grounds Committee, that we wanted specs and we wanted drawings of any type of building we was going to, put out for bid before we put it out for bid. Richard, was Richard's last name, Shank, when he always put out the drawings, the spec list of anything we did. He ever bid on it.
What we can do if this is approved today. Hello.
Sorry, I couldn't.
I was trying to explain. I don't think we're at that process. I think we're asking for the amount of money because he's given you multiple.
I'm saying that he didn't do it right.
I think he's asking for the amount of money so that he can go out and look for a bid.
It might be less. It might be more.
It might, but
that's why you get a spec list and drawing. You go out and get that, you put it up, then you get bids. The more bids, the better. And then you take the lowest.
I understand, Jerry,
bidder.
but this is the first time I've been sitting here for a year and however many months that this is how we've decided to do this.
It's always been that way.
Hey,
look at the fit. Was you here when we built the? No, you wasn't here because.
I was here when you did your
not the press boxes.
Press boxes, which was probably the last thing.
If
what brought this all about?
Let me explain something here. While we did this building and grounds, the building out at Swiss Hills that we put equipment in, do you know there was no specs or anything on that? They went through, and that's why you can't get electric or water run out there?
Yeah,
do you know that?
I brought that to your attention. It was built before I came.
Yeah, but no, we found out before you even came. And that's why we said we want buildings and grounds, and finally we got it. That's why you can't get water or electric South Central Power, because there was no permit for that building.
But a permit and what you're asking for right now are two different things. He's come to you and saying that these need to be permitted.
If this is approved tonight, before we can actually follow through on a purchase of the structure and so on, we will have to have definite amounts from the contractor and so on, and we put that stuff together in a package, and it cannot exceed the amount that you approve, because Ohio law requires us to have those 3 bids in place on any item over $50,000. So that can all be documented and put together with this, for the superintendent's approval, because they have to approve all the requisitions and so on before we make purchases. So what we're asking for is a project not to exceed the amount present for these 3 greenhouses.
Okay, now you're also saying you're gonna have additional costs for stone, concrete, electric permits, and other costs.
Now,
So you're gonna end up there if you don't get an estimate. How do you know what it's gonna be the total cost if you don't go out and get estimates? You get spec lists, drawings, and then you get estimates. And then you come to us. It don't make sense to me that you're trying to push this through without no drawings, you're not doing what the high revised code says to do.
Maybe you should change the motion to give him the approval that we are looking to build those greenhouses within a certain amount at those facilities.
I'm not looking to build 3 of them. I would be interested in a pilot program of maybe 1 after the contracts are settled. Until then, I cannot support any of this. We got 2 contracts. We have no idea what it's going to cost us. No idea. You tell me what these contracts are going to cost, and we'll take it to Connie, and then she can tell me, Mr. Gus, we can afford these. But until you can tell me what these contracts are going to cost me, I can't afford it.
Didn't we get the architect and specs on some of these buildings that we did, like Rivers Fieldhouse with Sebastian? And
If we get a drawing and spec list on that?
Your greenhouses are pre-engineered structures. They come with architectural drawings and specs and everything for construction to meet local codes.
Good then. Put them up and put them out for bid.
We need to vote whether we're gonna, there's need to put it out for bid if the board,
Right.
majority of the board isn't for.
Oh, for even 4? Okay,
Right.
yeah, that's fine.
He's
Dr.
correct.
Egger, what happens to the kids in the class that need that lab to get that credit for that class without the greenhouse?
Without the greenhouse, they're not getting the experience that they have, and we're not meeting the standards that Ohio has put forward for us. So when it comes time to take their test and the things they have to do in their program areas, there's just certain things they're not going to have the hands-on experience to gain that knowledge.
Well, how'd you do it last year without a greenhouse?
Because it was the first year of the program.
I don't know.
These programs, you're keeping asking every meeting for more and more for these programs. When are we going to stop is what I'd like to know. It's just money after money after money you're asking for.
Dr. Unger, did you want to have Kayla speak to this, or I wasn't sure?
She was going to speak to what the students and what they were going to do with these greenhouses. If the board would like to hear from her, I know she's more than willing to provide that information of things that they have in mind for doing with those greenhouses. Matter of fact, we originally planned for a couple FFA members to be there tonight and talk with you about this too.
Yeah, I would like to hear from her.
Okay.
Ms. Rubel,
She's muted.
you're muted.
Hi.
Hi.
You have Miss Rubel here from Monroe Central, and I actually have Miss White from Woodsfield Elementary School. Our students last year came up with the idea that they wanted to get hydroponic towers where they can grow lettuce and supply it to the schools for fresh lettuce for salads, and they would like to teach farm-to-table methods of growing vegetables and then harvesting them and canning them and using them throughout different aspects of processing foods. But I am more than glad if the board would like to hear the students, they could put together a presentation for a later meeting and kind of tell you what they would like to do with the program, because they came to us wanting a community garden and a greenhouse. And we told them we would see what we could do to give them that opportunity.
Do you have any questions for her?
Is there a greenhouse at Woodsfield Elementary?
There,
Is it being used?
This is Miss White. It is for the Redskin Ready after school program that they got a grant for last year.
Are they using it?
There was plans to use it last year, and you plant your seeds in the spring, and we went remote, so they were not able to use it. But we do have plans if we are in school this year to teach those kids how to start seeds. Now that is part of the after school program opposed to the FFA program, but there is hopes to teach those kids that as well.
Is there a greenhouse at Swiss Hills?
I cannot speak to that. I am not out there. I'm at Monroe Central.
Okay, let me ask you this then. Let me ask you this. Would you be interested in just one to start out? And for one, say it wherever you got the most interest, Monroe Central, Bellsville, wherever you got the biggest student population, maybe even bus kids over to use it, to start it out to see if we're going to have interest in it. Would you be interested in one?
Our program is one in a whole. That was something that when our program was established, that Bellsville, Swiss Hills, Monroe Central, Woodsfield, and now Skyview also are all one together. So if it starts out to be one, like you had talked about a pilot, then our whole program would use it and it could just grow from there. So that's not out of the question that we wouldn't use one.
We would be happy to have the opportunity for our students to put to work their ideas and then let it to continue to grow each year.
Okay, thank you.
I want to remind you that there is a difference between the greenhouses you're referring to and the programs that use them and otherwise. I believe that Woodfield hobby house is what? 12 by 6 maybe?
Do you know, Mr. Semple?
It's not very big.
It's not very big, I'll tell you that.
It is not a production house. In this program, which the young ladies have not told you, there is a state curriculum that they use in horticulture, and there's industry credentials that these students earn at this level that come off of the materials that are learned in being in the field of horticulture. Yes, there are other ways to do it. A garden, like he said, is a way to do it, but is not functional all year long with how many different kinds of projects that they can put in a house like this. So we came to you with a plan for the amount of students we have and the programs that are across the district. We have 2 buildings that can use it on one campus. So we didn't come to you with 2 greenhouses on that building. We came to you with one, a little larger than the others. We have hired an agriculture instructor at Bellsville who has a lot of background in horticulture. She can have more of an influence in the population of students at Bellsville with that. At Swiss Hills, as I said to the group before, is that there is a large interest on our adult education side that we believe that we can also be offering some master classes to the adult population and get a double use out of that greenhouse, not only for our students, but also for our adult population. So there is a different kind of standard that is curriculum standards that are offered to the students in this program than there are in biology or in a Redskin Ready program. They are incredible programs, but they are 2 different programs, 3 different programs. And so that is the reason why why these have been brought to you. I think if I can help give guidance through this, is that before this group of individuals goes any farther, they probably need to know that you have the willingness to even move to a bid process. Which campuses will you put it on, and the amount of money that they can work within.
So what type of money are we looking at to do the bid process? I think the field house at River was like 20,000 or 30,000, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming this wouldn't be that expensive, but I don't know if it depends on that or not.
And by the way, that is a very good point. I also want to point out, you're looking at $294,000 for 3 production houses in the school district. That cost of the labor to build those, I bet is at least a third of that is not added there. that piece is not even in here, so
And
they
Dr.
have
Unger,
shrunk
Dr.
it.
Unger said it is in that. It is in this cost, but it would.
I don't believe it is, Dr. Unger, is it? Because your construction folks were building it and you were using it as a learning tool for them. Is that correct?
He told me today that it was included in there, but it would come in less than that.
So it would become less, so he's looking to work within the budget, and that's a good move in case something happens and you can't get them built once the product is delivered.
He's also in there saying there's gonna be additional costs too. Now,
Permitting,
now, did
because
anybody,
he hasn't moved that far to
did
do it.
anybody try to figure out what it's gonna cost to operate these when we get them built? Has anybody tried to figure out what the electric, heat, and everything else is gonna cost?
I think if you read in here,
I didn't see it.
that, well, if you give me a second, I'll go to the website and pull it up for you.
You know, I don't think we ought to be spending all this time on this. You know, we got a lot of things, and I want to get home before 3 o'clock in the morning again. What I'm saying
Connie,
is,
have they ever asked you about the money situation? No, never brought it up to you. That's another thing. You were supposed to, if you remember, we started wanting you to sit in all the meetings whenever we had a project so we could see if financially we could do this.
Well, it was brought up last meeting. I did see it then.
We can.
Never seen it before the last meeting, is that right? Yeah.
If I can interrupt for a moment, if anyone on the board would like to, we're all completely open to, if you'd like to in the future sit down and talk about ideas and plans and talk with the students and see their take on it and their interest and see where we can take this. You know where to find us at the school.
Okay, thank you.
This doesn't just relate to the ag program, but I think as a board, we need to know if there's anything else that's not being met, and there's needs. I think we had talked about that back when we had a financial committee. We had met a few times, and we said we need to know all the needs so we can prioritize. But I don't know that we ever got a complete, I know you're never going to get a 100% complete list, but it would be nice to have a list so we could prioritize rather than getting it at one meeting and then another piece at another meeting. We need to know what the needs are.
To be fair, I think we've come to you about we need a career center. But in the meantime, because that has not been a priority of this district, it is the only building that you haven't rebuilt, we've been piecemealing it together. And so we've worked and prioritized our programming of quickest needs. This is a program that when we put it in, these ladies who are teaching it were on a cart going from classroom to classroom. They may even still be trying to do a little of that now. They have grown their program in the 1 year that we've had them. By the way, there wasn't a greenhouse built last year because we hired the program right before school started. And on doing that, we've been able to make it work. But it has not been the same priority as your other buildings.
I appreciate everything they've done for the program, but I just think we need to know if there's requirements that's not being met. We need to know so we can
know what's needed.
let me tell you why Swiss Hills was built new. And I mean, you know it. The school's facility, it didn't meet their recommendations. It didn't meet their criteria. That's why Swiss Hills was built and all the other schools built.
Oh, you mean included with the other build?
Yeah, that's why, because it didn't meet the criteria.
Is there any other discussion or questions? I would like to make a motion that we proceed with considering 3 greenhouses. I understand we have to probably start over with the bidding, because we have to advertise and such. I'll declare my motion dead for lack of second. Would the board support 1 greenhouse?
I don't know what to say. If we have to go through this protocol of advertising and bids and everything else, it wasn't done, and I'm not sure if that's the case or not, but if that's comes through, I think that's where we have to start, regardless of how, if it's 1 or 3.
Mm-hmm.
And then you find out from that point if 1 is feasible, or 2 is feasible, or 3 is feasible. I'm not concerned about the number, because numbers will grow. If you build a $2.6 million field house, you're probably going to get more football players to join the team.
And wrestlers, and...
So, and wrestlers and everything else. That's the product. So the product shows if you build 1 or 2 or 3, then your program can build exponentially from that point. So, I don't really know what to say as far as support how many. If it has to be done protocol, then that's where we need to be starting.
So I just want to throw something out here. He's gone to the most popular builders in the state of Ohio for greenhouses. These aren't like building houses and school buildings. So whoever takes the bid is going to go to these guys to get the product. Both of us have built way too many of these greenhouses. So you're looking at kind of what that bid's going to look like when it does.
Yeah, I'm not questioning that at all.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, is protocol been followed in terms of policy?
Well, we've learned tonight, and we have a new process. So
that's the only question I have. I'm in favor. I think it can be a very there's a lot of potential there for this rural area. A lot of the kids now don't grow up growing gardens. Maybe it's something they can come back into as they get older. If they're not exposed to it like maybe we were as kids.
Mm-hmm.
And that could build something in this community. We seem to be lacking in those areas anyway. But so in that terms, I'm for all of it. But I'm also in favor of protocol, how revised code, and how it needs to be done, because we don't want to get to a certain point and then come back and say we didn't do something right in the process and we get months behind. So that's the way I look at it.
I got a question. Do you think if the Building and Grounds Committee and everyone been involved, ask every principal when we've seen this, maybe, don't you think the Buildings and Grounds Committee could have had a meeting on this and came to us, whoever's on Building and Grounds, and then bring it to the board?
Well, the Building and Grounds Committee don't make decisions.
No, they don't. They
go out and verify what
they need
come from building.
Yes, sir.
I agree.
You guys
don't go make decisions.
No, sir.
That's right, Greg.
No, you're right.
What we do
we
is
don't.
we hold a meeting afterward.
Right, but the decisions are brought to you. You go out and see if it's feasible.
Right.
You're not supposed to say you shouldn't be doing it.
Right.
Right. Administration, and we're here as a board to say, okay, so I think what she's saying, I'm not all in for $300,000 during this time of negotiations either, but is it a path we want to pursue for the kids? You said it yourself, Jerry, you're here for the kids.
Right,
Yeah.
so let's
Is
bring
this
it after
something-
the contract is settled. No,
Well, no, I think can we at least get this bidding process started for this process? That's what I think this is the question here. Then we can move on from that.
Okay, so we'll put 1 out for bid, the spec list for 1, and then we'll go from there.
However it has to happen, I don't care, but I don't want.
I would say we put it out for 1, and then it can grow,
I don't want everybody to come back and say, Well, there might be concrete. You know as well as I do that you build something, there's always something you don't think about after the fact.
Well, that's why you
And
leave 15%.
that hidden cost, whatever you want to call it, that's gonna be minor compared to, and you said a spec list. So maybe we should get the spec list. Whoever wants to take a look at it, here you know concrete, you know, somebody else might know something else, hey, you forgot this. We need to be a team on this.
Yes, I agree.
If we're gonna pursue it, and it's for the kids. It's not a personal issue.
Right.
So I think what they need to know is like what we would support, because there's no sense in them starting the process or getting the bids if we're just gonna turn it down.
Right,
So,
the way I read this is discussion and approval of that amount of money for construction.
right, but we can change,
But it needs to be changed to, the approval to
Bid.
bid the process, and this is about what we're looking at.
And when we get the bids back, because that was one thing I was looking for, of the difference between the actual greenhouse material cost and the total cost, like how much was labor that we could possibly save if the construction trade students were able to build it.
And under the circumstances, what we're doing now, the kids aren't getting out their normal situations because they can't get off campus.
And that's why
It would
we
be
want
an
to.
absolute great time to do it, and we've got to get it done before spring to have the spring.
And that's why we tried to like.
Yeah, I get it. I understand the whole process. I just think that we got to do it by the book.
There's one other thing that we have to, Jerry's brought it up more than once. So your grounds committee is actually a superintendent's committee, and it's driven by him. So it's driven when he needs that kind of conversation with you. It's not that grounds committee drives what his recommendations are.
What we do, we've been doing, since we never did it right in the past, we formed this committee. In each school in the district, any principal, whatever, they call us. We go out and look at it. Then we call Rob, he's on the committee. It used to be Jason, but he's in transportation now, so I'm guessing it would be Steve. Ronnie and I, two board members, and whoever is involved.
Mark Pugh was in there, Ronnie was in there.
Whoever's involved, the principal of each school,
We are a little backwards. He drives that, he appoints that committee. It is the superintendent's committee.
Yeah, we've had that committee, yes. We formed it because things wasn't getting done right. They wasn't, going with the high rise code.
For many years.
Right.
so I would like to make a motion that we allow, Dr. Unger, and maybe Mark, you could help just with that process to make sure that he's informed, and I'm sure he's learned a lot this evening. So make the motion for one greenhouse to be the bid process started. Is that how?
And you have Linda O'Connor who does these bids for us,
Yes.
by the way. So, but also, which campus are you gonna put it on?
Well, because what I was thinking is if
You
we.
don't have to come up with a campus site, you just
Because
bid.
the greenhouses were at different sizes based on the campuses that they were at.
Let's
We
start
were
with the
trying to be
largest.
frugal with them.
Well, if they have to share, where would be the easiest place? I don't know if.
So the needs are different. We have an expert teacher in horticulture at the Bellsville campus. We have two teachers that can share one because the campus is split by a parking lot at one school. And then we have a career center that has a dual need that the adult program can use it too. So each of those three campuses are unique.
Why are we worried about adults?
You say the adults can use this?
Yes.
Then I'm not for it.
It would be in.
We're here for the students.
I'm here for the students.
Our adults are our students. Adult education. They pay for education through our
That
services.
doesn't generate money.
Yeah.
Yes, which is the reason why it's strategically been placed in front of you the way it was. They can be sustainable, they can be research and educational based, and then also looking at the specialty of the teachers we have. We have a teacher whose specialty is in horticulture, so we can enhance that one campus for that. They're specific. They're different. That's why I'm saying each of those had a different alignment to how they could use them, but it was basically also aligned to agricultural education and the influence of production in horticulture, and also the fact that we have an adult education program in this school system that has a dual use. So in my eyes, dang, I'm getting double bang for my buck for that facility.
Is it gonna be built different because the adults are gonna use it, or is it gonna be built the same for what the?
Will be the same because it's production for an industry credential, and that's why this was the proposal in front of you, because that's leading for research, and it is also leading for those who go into the field of not raising a greenhouse for a hobby or a home use, which is important too, but for the fact that someone might be an entrepreneur in this field and run a production set of greenhouses.
So is there a difference, like if we went ahead and made a motion to start the bid process for 3 greenhouses, is there a difference?
There might be a discount for the fact of that amount of product, you know, like if you're doing 3 or, and by the way, if you did the bid for 3, you can always downscale.
Well, that's what I'm that's what I'm asking, if we go ahead and start the bid process for all 3 of them, and then we can determine after we receive it. Okay, I would like to make a motion that the board approve starting the bid. I'm sorry, Jerry.
PO 6320, Mr. Unger, if you want to look at that.
What is it, Jerry?
PO 6320.
63. Is he still? He's muted.
Oh, well.
But he may have heard you.
What is it?
We can hear it.
That's
the policy?
Oh, we understand what the bid process is. Normally.
Well, evidently you didn't go through it. You tried to push it in the last meeting.
No, we did not.
Yes, you did.
Okay, I was in the middle of stating that I'm going to.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
If you approve the bids, we'll put an RFQ together, send it out to these manufacturers to get a price, totally constructed turnkey package that includes everything in the that is needed to build the greenhouse, and then we can have it divided amongst the two sizes and so on, so you can review it for final approval.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll restate. I would like to make a motion that we start the bidding process for these 3 greenhouses specified on the agenda.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Greg.
I just want to say, I don't mind starting the process, but I would like to get negotiations finished before approving any.
Hopefully by the time we come back, it'll all be done.
So the motion to allow the start, I see where that was added.
Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
Shoemaker?
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Duff?
Abstain.
Mr. Winkler?
I abstained.
Motion carries.
Now, I want to state, the reason I abstained, I'm not against totally, if we go by the right way, but I still think this is sending a bad vibe to negotiations right now.
How? How's that bad vibe?
Well,
You're getting bids for a classroom
I know,
for kids.
I know.
You guys say you're for the kids. Negotiations will take care of themselves. If teachers are going to complain about something you're doing for the kids to better them, that's on them.
I'm not saying.
I don't see how that needs to be done. Negotiations need to be done.
Yeah.
Period. I get that. But I think we're talking about a future for our children and something that they can.
And I agree with you.
Yeah.
Okay, which brings us to number 2 under old business, approval of September financial reports.
I make a motion to approve.
Second.
Voting is open.
See, I got it. You know how to do it.
Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Shoemaker?
Yes.
Mr. Guy?
Yes.
Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Winkler?
Abstain.
Motion carries, which brings us to new business. Number 1 is the hometown ticketing item.
Yes. Can you hear me?
She's probably muted and she'll have to.
Yes.
Do you allow, Mr. Ishian?
He's not connected, but Ashley Lapka is.
Okay, let Ashley in. Let me text John.
Oh, there he is.
Okay. So we have Ashley on here. She is a representative from Hometown Ticketing. And I'll let her and John speak. They wanted to do the trade presentation. They would be on the agenda. John has volunteered to pilot this program if we wish to do so. And Ashley's going to be here with her company, and John is going to be here representing the AD at Monroe Central and why he would like to pilot it. John and I were on a webinar with Ashley together, along with 2 of my girls in my department, and we watched the ticket side of it, which would be his side, and we also watched the financial side and the ticketing revenue and things like that of how it would affect our side also. So I'll let Ashley, can you hear us?
You're muted, Ashley.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, thanks for having me, everybody. Happy to talk to you guys about hometown ticketing, and kind of as your district, we have a solution. Obviously, if we want to get the ball rolling with Monroe Catholic, we can do so. And then I think you have 1 or 2 other schools, high schools.
Where's Monroe Catholic at?
She misspoke.
Oh, okay.
Sure. We have 2 other high schools.
So are we planning on ticketing both of those, Connie, or are we just going to start with Monroe Central?
John is on here also. I believe we're going to have him pilot it for a little bit to see how it runs and how smoothly it goes, and then possibly spreading it out to all the athletic departments, and then eventually she's going to go on, but you can do events at your school, like homecoming prom, if they charge for that. You can eventually, any club events that you have in the school, it can handle all that. But we'd like to
Good evening. If I can say one thing, we discussed this at the athletic council meeting the other day, and this is something we're all familiar with, as we had to do it for OHSAA playoff ticketing this year. This would be for us, personally, if we decide to go this route. I volunteered to pilot it, and the other athletic directors were fine with me doing that. That way we can kind of see how it works throughout a regular season, just look at it through the winter, and then we can come back to you guys and show what we learned from it and make a decision, an informed decision on whether, this is something we want to do long term or only parts of it or not at all in the future. And I just wanted to bring it to you guys as far as your attention to approve it. And if we do not want to do it, that's fine as well. But I think, as you'll see, there's some benefits that, especially this year with the pandemic, that would benefit, if not just Monroe Central, maybe all schools.
Yeah, Connie, do you want me to kind of go through and do a quick demo so everyone has more of a visual idea of what we're speaking upon?
Yes, I also attached
probably what she's gonna go on. Can you share your screen where you're at, or I'm not sure if you'll be able to do that.
Yeah, you'll just have to make me the host. So whoever is the host of this meeting, if you go over my my face there on my square, you'll be able to make me a host.
Tess, are you able to do that for her? That she's the host now. Oh, okay. Okay, you should be good to share.
Okay, awesome. All right, guys. So want to definitely start off by saying, can you guys see my screen okay?
The print is small, but we can see the screen.
Okay, so this is Monroe Central's website here. And one thing that definitely makes hometown ticketing special is that your ticketing tab will be embedded directly on your school's website. So we have these kind of tabs right here. We would just add on a tickets one. Some schools choose to do athletics. I recommend ticketing because you're definitely not limited to athletics. As Connie said, if you guys have a theater department, any type of fundraiser, t-shirt sale, prom tickets, graduation tickets. So to give you a visual of that, these guys do have athletics, but if we had this at the tickets tab, this is what that software is going to look like. And the main idea behind it is that at no point during the process is your fan going to be redirected to an unfamiliar page. Everything's going to be done on your website, so it's going to feel really safe and comfortable to them. So this is what that software, can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is what that software embed's gonna look like. You'll be in control as far as how many events you want visible at any given time. So if we wanna, stick to that week's events or anything like that, we can do so. So it's gonna be customized, really match your website here. So to give you an idea of that ticketing process, you'll have all your ticket levels laid out here. Your fan's going to choose which ones they want to purchase. Now we're going to have this basic credit card checkout screen and this information they need to fill out as far as their contact stuff. Now this is important because all of this data will be collected. So obviously with COVID, we want that contact tracing element. So we're going to know exactly who did purchase tickets to our event. And even if we need to get a hold of them, we're going to have all that information. Now, I know you guys asked about season passes. So here's kind of a visual of what that's going to look like for you. We do have that digital option, that hard pass option. And I know one thing we were concerned about was, fees for every single game. So the nice thing about passes is we can customize these as much as we need to. So if we have a parent pass, a student pass, if you want to have an administrator pass, you can customize these as much as we need to. And then the fee will only be one time upon purchase. It's going to be $3 on that digital, $5 on that hard pass, but it is kind of a nice amenity that, if we have a parent who will be coming to every single home game for the season, they don't have to worry about paying an additional fee every single game. Any questions on that end?
Yeah, they're good.
Okay, awesome. Connie, do you want me to dive in on like tickets and scanning?
Were you guys able to see the handouts that I had attached? I mean, were you able to, do you want her to go on with the presentation and show you that, or do you want to?
Where did you, I never got one in there.
It's all attached to the agenda.
Oh, and, yeah,
But
okay,
yeah,
I've seen them, but it's gonna cost extra money, right?
The district will.
Right now.
District nothing.
The people purchasing the tickets.
The purchaser.
Yeah.
The purchasing will be done on the fans.
Okay,
side.
but, okay,
Yeah.
here's examples, what I'm saying. Your basketball game, if you go and do this, you're at $6 a ticket. If you go through this, what's it gonna cost you?
Was it 8 something?
Well, if you're buying a pass, it's $3.
No,
we're not buying a
individual
pass.
ticket, what is it
Then
going
it says-
to the
it
price
says-
of individual tickets?
So we're gonna pass, it's not free, we're gonna pass it on to the customer, right?
So if you got 5 people in the family, it's gonna be.
They can't afford it now.
Well, I think, did John try this out with his?
Yes, John, will you speak to this?
Yeah, so when we had the playoff games this year, every school that had playoff games, whether it was volleyball or soccer or football or whatever it was, this is the way you had to do those tickets, and those fees were embedded into that for those tickets. So far for my fans, and obviously because this year we're limited, the fees have not been an issue. They have not given me any complaints on them. Matter of fact, it's been a kind of appreciated at how easy it is to get the tickets, not having to make arrangements to come get them early. The fact that it could be on their phone or have a paper copy. The fact that there was no touching going on between, ticket taker and, whoever had the ticket. I mean, it's completely contactless. So for this year, it has been really good. Now, I would like to try to do the season passes for my fans, my home fans, which would reduce the fee part of it. And since it's going to be primarily parents and families coming, they're probably going to come to every game anyways. So if they buy that whole pass, they're only going to pay the one-time fee, and it's not going to be that much extra, and it doesn't cost us as a district anything extra.
What if I don't purchase a ticket and I go to the game that day? What's it gonna cost? How do I get in, or what's it gonna cost me then?
Hey, cash, $6.
Well, then why do I get ahead of time then?
Well, what we're trying to do as part of our COVID protocols is they're trying to pre-sell all tickets, and we did that in fall sports. And this right here would give us the opportunity to do that. Now, if they show up and haven't purchased their ticket yet, I can walk them through the process and they can do it instantaneously right there. So we can do individual tickets as well. But if I can do the season tickets for my home fans to save them some money, that would be the way I would rather do that. But for my visiting fans, it's no issues with trying to get them pre-sale tickets to sell them in advance to help my ticket takers with less contact. I can send that athletic director a code. He gives that code to his parents, who are the ones that are allowed to have that code to buy tickets, and then they can buy them without ever having any contact with any tickets that I've handled, a ticket taker has handled. Nobody has to handle the money that's been handled. It's just a safer process for everybody.
So John, go ahead, Ashley.
I was just going to say, and speaking on that, unfortunately with this COVID predicament we're in, I think everyone is a bit more acclimated with these fees. People are purchasing their groceries online, they're paying a fee, and very unfortunate times, but I do think the software allows us to keep our schools safer, our fans safer, the athletes in general safer. And I think that fee is a bit harder to swallow if we think about the big picture of that, we don't have people coming in to buy pre-sale tickets in our offices during the day. We don't have maybe senior ticket staff having to deal with cash and tickets and the whole contact element of that side of things.
I got a question now too then. You say buying food online. So what if I buy that ticket and I can't go to the game? What do? I eat it, right?
What do you mean? You couldn't make the game?
Yeah, I buy a ticket and then all of a sudden something happens, I gotta work over or something, and I can't go to the game, then what do I do with my ticket? If I go to the game, I pay where I get in. I know I'm spending my money right.
So, we have these options to fully accommodate those types of scenarios. Now, if a game gets canceled, we have the ability to fully refund all of our fans via directly to their credit card. Now, in your instance, if one person couldn't make a game, you could transfer that ticket to be valid for a future event, or you could send them even a comp ticket through the software for a future event as well.
What if someone don't have the internet?
I asked the question and they said they could purchase cash tickets at the gate.
So if I played a video for you guys, do you think that you would be able to see it?
We can see that screen, yeah.
Okay, so guys, we have a point of sale system that you can have at your gate. The important thing to keep in mind with this is that we can still collect that contact data to have that contact tracing. And we can also make sure this purchase is going towards our general capacity, since we obviously have to really limit things this year. Now, the nice thing about this POS system is a fan that comes to the gate without previously purchasing a ticket has a cash or card option. So even at the gate, they could use their card or cash. Keep in mind, if they do a cash transaction, there will not be any fees associated. So I can give you a quick visual of what that's going to look like, but you're going to choose that ticket level, cash or card. You're either going to swipe it or they're going to give you cash. So I think most schools obviously this year truly don't want to handle cash just to keep everyone a whole lot safer, but we do have that option.
I think what you're asking there, Ronnie, is if you have, there's only so many tickets going to be people allowed in. It's going to be limited to parents, essentially, so it's not somebody off the street going to be able to walk in and do anything anyway. This is just, this is COVID related, and if, you know, if the parents, they, like John said, they've already done this in River with their playoff football games, right? Mark, we did that.
Yeah, the OHSAA, everybody had to do it with the OHSAA.
The whole state of Ohio used hometown ticketing for playoffs.
Don't they cost more anyway? They cost more anyway for playoff games.
Oh, yeah, this year costs $12.
12?
Yeah.
I'm just saying, under the circumstances, if you're talking about protection, you're talking about contactless, and if it's, you know,
Less handling of cash.
less handling of cash, better tracking of cash. We talked about this way back when we were talking about handling money in general. There's got to be a way to collect money without cash all the time.
And if I can piggyback, if I can piggyback on that, Mr. Shoemaker, I can also enter into this exactly how many tickets can be sold, so no excess capacity can be exceeded, and we're all under a specific capacity that we are allowed to have. And I can also set it up just like you can on these sites for when we used to be able to purchase football tickets and stuff like that to professional events. I can set up the seating so that the person's buying a specific seat. So back on the contact tracing, we're going to know exactly who was supposed to be in those seats.
John, I have one more question. In terms of capacity, you said, and hypothetically, if you're allowing, let's say, 100 people into a basketball game, and only 75 of those tickets have been given out, can somebody walk up at that point if you have available seating and purchase a ticket?
Well, the preference with our COVID protocols is to pre-sell all tickets, but yes, kind of my plan is, we give out a certain amount to each athlete that they can purchase, and it's going to allow me to monitor through the week and see, what has been sold. And that way, if we get to game day and we still have unsold tickets to, like, my seniors, for example, I can give them the option to sell some extras for, if they want to bring, another household member like a brother or a sister. I know that was an issue we ran into with volleyball in the fall. I could only allow 2 tickets per athlete. And I had households with 4 or 5 members, they had to make a decision on who was coming. And this is going to allow me to see how many tickets are freed up, like how many of the visitors didn't buy, how many our own people didn't buy, and say, okay, this group of people, you get an opportunity to buy an extra ticket or 2.
And here's a visual of that, everyone, if you can see that on your screen. But with this event capacity limit, we can control that total number of fans. Obviously, we're very limited this year. So if we're only allowed to have 75 fans, we set that parameter. Once ticket sales hit that number, this event will be shown as sold out. And as John said, all those ticket level options we may have, we're in control of how many tickets are available at each level, and even the date parameter on when these ticket levels are going to be on sale. So if we want to make sure, people aren't coming into the gate, or we can control sales start and end time.
So what happens if you have people that are going to pay cash at the door? How do you know how many of those people you have?
So right here under this, well, first of all, I showed you guys how your fan, when they are digitally purchasing that ticket, they fill in that contact information. So right here within each event, there's this order list tool. And this is gonna have all that information, their phone number, their email. If we need to get in touch with all of these people, we can download that email list. We can also export this. So in the case of contact tracing, this is gonna be very useful. Now, here in the guest list, this is going to show you how many people checked in and how many tickets were sold. So this is going to show you who actually did come to that game. So if a fan did purchase a season pass but checked in the game that way, you're going to be able to see that.
And Bev, to answer your question, in volleyball, my parents all bought their tickets ahead of time. I didn't have them bring any or having any cash transactions, which helped my staff at the game. My biggest issue was with the pre-sales for visiting teams, and a lot of times not able to get those done. And in the West Virginia standpoint, with any West Virginia schools we play, they had to pre-sale by their protocols, but they had to mail me a check. They couldn't send cash or anything over. So it would fall, a lot of times I'd get the check outside of our parameters for, making deposits from a game and everything, which could cause us some, accounting issues later.
And guys, just to give you a visual here, within each event as well, we're all kind of used to after a game, we're counting ticket stubs, we're counting cash, just kind of keeping our fingers crossed that those two numbers match up. But through this View Reports button, a PDF is going to pop up for you. This is going to be a complete revenue breakdown of our tickets sold. So it's going to show you how much we brought in, how many tickets were sold, how many tickets were sold at each ticket level, and if any of these codes were used for redemption. So on the financial side of things, you are going to have a full detailed paper trail to go along with these tickets.
So John, for the pilot project, how long are you thinking you'd like to make the pilot last?
Well, being that we don't know what winter season is going to look like, I was wanting to do it for the winter season because I thought that would give us a good picture of one complete season. We'll get reports daily. That was one thing that we saw. At I think it was midnight, if I'm not mistaken, Ashley. Deposits are made, plus we can get those reports, so we're going to be able to see them in real time and see where we're at. And quite frankly, being that this is a strange year and going to be a strange season, I think we're going to need at least the full winter season to get a good picture of whether this is working or
not. So if I'm a person and I want to come to a game, maybe I don't have internet or I don't have a debit card and I want to use cash, I would be able to come into the school to get help, or I could probably even do it over the phone with you to work that problem out.
I don't know if we can do it over the phone with the cash, but if you came in, absolutely.
Are you able to pay cash at the door when you come to the game?
We didn't do that in the fall. It was part of our COVID protocol. We had to do that for some away teams, but for home teams, we pre-sold everything, which wasn't an issue because of our limited capacity. If this was a normal year, I think maybe we'd only look at this from a season pass standpoint. Because we would have a lot more walk-ups, but being that we are in such limited capacity, I'll give you an example. I'm only going to be able to have 120 people in my gym for each contest.
How much is it going to drive up the cost of the tickets? Is what I'd like to know.
So
if you got a ticket, what is it going to cost you when you?
It depends if it's an individual ticket or if it's a season pass.
Individual.
So on that individual ticket, can you guys see my screen okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if you guys are selling a $7 ticket, you're going to receive the full face value of that ticket. That revenue report I showed you, that's going to be based on the face value and that true revenue that your school is receiving. Associated on each ticket, there's a hometown ticketing fee. And then on top of that, we have the Stripe fee, which is our credit card processing company we partner with. As John kind of mentioned, the idea behind that partnership is that your school's the only person that has hands on your revenue. So you're going to have that Stripe account linked to your school's bank account. As fans purchase those tickets, that money is going to go into that Stripe account. Stripe is going to host that revenue, and then your finance team is going to be able to pool those funds into your account on a daily, weekly, or monthly basis. So the main idea is that you have immediate access to your funds, and in return, no one has hands on your money. You're not going to be waiting around for 2 weeks for a check from us to get that revenue. If you sell tickets Monday through Thursday, and if you have a Friday event, you will already have that cash in hand if you need to pay referees or any staff or anything like that.
So is it 55 cents on an
It's
$1.55?
$8.55 it's gonna go up to.
So
Okay.
this credit card processing fee is going to be 2.9% plus 30 cents on that face value. So this number is obviously going to vary based on this price here, but that $1 hometown fee will remain. That's why season passes are definitely a nice option. If, as John said, we have those parents that it's very likely they're going to be coming to every contest that season, that's going to give them some fee relief, and they won't have to be repaying fees for every single game.
So the visiting team, they're going to have to go this way too?
We have a couple options there. So,
No.
so say you guys have an event at a school, an away event, and they don't use hometown. Couple different ways we can do that. I think the idea this year is like, we really don't want to deal with cash. So normally that school would probably give you a big cluster of tickets and say, this is how many you have to sell. So you could set up that away event here in your digital box office. You can set that number to how many tickets they allotted you. You can sell this away event on your software. Then you could run this report, cut that school a check for that price we have in revenue. You could also then, print out this order list for them, and then those fans at that away event, they could just show that ticket on their phone, and if the away gate wanted to confirm, they could check off using that order list.
Yeah, but then they're going to pay $8.55. So then, if I want to go to the basketball game, Magnolia, they're going to say, "Hey, you charge me $8.55. I'm going to charge you $8.55."
Hey, Mr. Winkler.
Yeah, John.
The example she is showing you is based on a $7 ticket, not a $6 ticket. So that's why you see the $8.55. It would be obviously less for our $6 ticket. I can tell you that I did research this with Shenandoah. They did it for all their fall sports, and for obviously we play them. Our visiting fans had to purchase it through them, and we didn't have any issues reported with regarding it. So I did look into that. I understand your concerns. It's the same concerns I have. This year, though, I think people are appreciating it from the safety factor, because it's, so much less contact with anybody, regardless of which school you go to.
So do they have the option to pay cash for the $6 ticket?
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be up to you guys. And if you want to still do gate sales, but, obviously this year, that's going to be your decision. Do we want to really wash our hands of that cash and contact sharing element? Or do we want to really keep everyone as safe as possible and do this strictly digitally this year, maybe reintroduce those cash sales next year if we're in a better scenario? But that's really going to be your decision as a school if you want to offer those cash sales at the gate or anywhere else. I know I've talked to a lot of secretaries that are kind of having a real hard time this year because they have people during the school day trying to come into their office to buy these tickets, and it's just been, kind of messy. So that's going to be, as a school, your decision on if you want to still offer those cash sales.
And if we decide after the winter season that this doesn't work for us, are we obligated anything past that?
No, you are not. We don't have any cancellation fees, sign-on fees. annual fees. We are truly free for your school. I think once you guys try using it, kind of all these factors will line up for you. But yeah, if for whatever reason you are unhappy with it, you can cancel and you're not going to be charged anything, of course.
And Mrs. Smith, that fact that there's no cancellation fee or anything like that, and that we could only do it for a season or less if we choose to, was one of the reasons why I volunteered to pilot it.
Is there any other questions, Mr. Ishii or Ashley?
I think you ought to leave it up to individual schools, because I'll tell you what.
Yeah, it's just Monroe Central that's going to do it. That's the only one that's participating right now.
What's your opinion on it? Don told me he talked to you about it.
I don't think you ought to put, I don't know.
And that's the other thing. If say, Mark didn't want it for River, he wouldn't have to use it.
Yeah, but
right?
I'm saying he ought to go talk to the coaches and everyone involved, and John should too, and I'd like to know, how they feel, because I know downriver, I can just tell you right now, you're going to get eat up if you do this.
Well, I can tell you, Mr. Winkler, I did speak to several parents and coaches. The biggest concern my parents have is, are there going to be more tickets available? And this is a way for me to maybe make more available to them, because they do have other members in the household that want to go. It's not, if we do the season ticket part of it, it's not going to be that much of an extra fee for them to do it. And I think most of my families that are going to be the ones attending the games, because it's not going to be open to general public, are going to do it.
So the biggest concern is that we're passing a cost on to the fans, right? That's
fans and the visitors.
Yeah,
and
the fans. Those
everyone's going to pay for. Us make a decision to get an outsider to take their tickets. That's fine.
And you want board action on this? Or just a consensus?
Well, it was to get a pilot that John wanted to do it. So,
okay.
It says approval.
All right. I'll make a motion that Mr. Ishii be able to pilot this program and hopefully report back periodically or keep track.
Definitely report back, yes.
Now this is at Monroe Central only.
Only at Monroe Central, unless someone else wants to jump on board, but.
John, will they have the option to pay cash, or they will not?
I would prefer no cash. We did that in the fall, and we didn't have any issues with it. I mean, it's just that much more protection, especially right now with where the state is and the counties are. I would rather try to protect all my workers. It's hard enough to get a worker this year. I'd like to try to protect them as best I can and protect the fans, because they're having less contact too.
The whole state of Ohio used our platform for playoffs. And to be honest with you, even though that fee's added and it's somewhat new, the way the OHSSA did it was they have that bulk price and then it just says fees included. We can show that for you, but just to make you guys aware, we didn't hear much negative feedback, but what we did hear post-playoff season was a bunch of schools in Ohio inquiring, because for the school, it was easy, it was safe, the parents enjoyed the convenience of it. You figure if you have a parent, they send their kid to school with a $20 bill to purchase tickets. Who knows how often they end up with all that change back anyway.
I don't have a problem with them having the option. I would prefer they have the option for the paying cash at the door if that's what works for them.
Bev, it's an all or nothing system. If you do the ticketing, John's reasoning behind it is not to handle any cash. So in order to do that, it's an all or nothing system on the ticketing. So what you're weighing is whether you don't want to handle cash, or you want to transfer, or you don't want to pass somebody else for it. So that's
what I'm hearing too is that he has the ability to see how many tickets are sold, and then, towards game time, if they're not all sold, he can look back and offer more to those bigger families tickets to be.
And I can tell you one of our biggest obstacles, and I'm sure Mark can agree with this, is this from this fall, is we have a lot of split families. and trying to get enough tickets for all of them available with what the capacity is and being fair to all the other athletes was very difficult.
Mark, could you restate what you were saying, please?
Sean's at a disadvantage because of the smaller gym. He has X amount of tickets. He has very few tickets to sell. I'm not sure in volleyball what they sold, but it was, I know the visiting team comes in, he could only give them 2 tickets. So he has a lot less tickets to deal with in that situation. So.
Okay. I have a motion on the floor to allow him, if,
I think you got a second.
I don't think I got a second. Okay. All right.
This is just for Monroe Central.
Yes. I'm totally kicked off, so there we go. Yes.
Mr. Shoemaker?
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Gus?
No.
Mr. Winkler?
Yes.
All right, motion carries. Thanks, guys, for your presentation.
Thank you.
Oh, hold on.
No, good.
Oh.
Good. Thank you, Ashley, for your presentation. Thanks, John.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Have a great night.
You too. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you. The big white button, right?
The little line.
The little line. Okay. All right. We had a bit of technical difficulty. The previous presenter had control of the meeting because she needed to present and we didn't realize that when she logged off, so that disconnected us. So we are back live, and we are on new business. Item number 2, discussion and approval to allow youth sport participants to use facilities. We have our guidelines attached. Is this your item, Mark, or, okay.
Yeah, protocols that you see in front of you are the protocols basically are followed by all the high school portion. Those protocols with the temperature checks, with the log books and everything like that is what all the schools are following now. One of the things, and we talked to all the different principals and that about, what their input was on it, everybody, but how it should be. And one of the big things, and I think, Greg, we talked about this before, was they said that there would have to be a zero tolerance policy. That people that didn't adhere to it, there is no leeway for them saying, hey, you need to do this. It's just if you don't follow it, you don't get to use it. Because, you know, right now with, you know, we're 5,000-6,000 cases a day. Every county in the state is almost red. You've got some orange and one yellow left today. So those are a lot of the things that went into it. And I know that Governor DeWine just came out today, and they're sending out a survey now about the survey is leading right up to they're looking to shut the sports down as soon as football's over, most likely, till the first of the year. There's a survey coming out. Usually when those surveys come out, that's what they're intending to do. We had heard that as early as a month ago with Basketball Association, and I think it's coming. Any questions that I can answer on it? The cleaning protocol, and that was part of the reason for like the 9 p.m. and everything was that the janitors are still there till 10 o'clock. If they needed to go around and clean, that could be done. Also, the 3 people that are being hired, or the possibility, I believe they're on the agenda maybe tonight, for the buildings and that, they would have the capability of going in the morning and doing the cleaning also. That we're in and out in one of the facilities like the field houses at any of the places.
I got one question, Mark. It
Yes,
says
sir.
only one team at the time. Now, your average team in 4th, 5th grade basketball is 10, I would say, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you got 10 and 3 coaches, that's 13. I know at Woodfield they practice both sides. They got like a 4th grade boys and a 2nd grade girls, and you know they can go through faster and they won't have to hold the gym up so long. Why can't you use more than one team?
Well, if you have the separation, the thing is, and what we thought about too in the principles of that was because these kids all went home. When we had them in school, it's kind of a little bit different between a high school team practicing there. They were there all day in school and they were temperature checked and everything, and in the school system. Those kids most likely all went home. Okay, you don't know who they were with. So we were trying to prevent as much intermingling of different groups coming back in at one time, and that was kind of the reason for that. And I know it puts a burden on you have X amount of teams out there, but only one gym.
Yeah, that's the only thing I don't like about it, but I guess we'll have to live with it.
A couple things. I'm sure this was all written before we turned orange at 2 p.m. today.
Correct.
First question is, does that impact it at all?
No, it doesn't impact it yet. If we were to go to red, it would run the same as the high school rules. We go to red, we're going to be out, we're going to be remote, so we're not going to be practicing anyhow. So it's going to close things down with the remote, and that's kind of a day-by-day thing. Even if you go remote, whether you're practicing or not, if a lot of that goes to the school. Okay, let's say that that school might be remote, okay, because we're in red, but and that's a decision the board's going to have to make down the road, I think, is if we're remote, are they practicing or are they not practicing? Okay, because if it's school involvement, okay, we've got a number of cases in the school, then everything's just going to be shut down. If the county turns that collar because of outside influences other than the school, there are a lot of situations. I know if you look around the state, Hamilton County is a great example. I have granddaughters that go there. They're in Summit Township, which is on the east side of Hamilton Township, or Hamilton County, which is Cincinnati. Cincinnati has enough stars to be purple 4 times over, but they won't make them purple. But yet where those kids live, they're still in school 100% because their zip codes, they're yellow.
Oh, wow.
But yet the county is purple. So they're still in school. Now they've went to hybrid because of the rest of the county. And I think that's a situation they're going to have to look at. But it's going to run pretty much in structure with the high school. If the high school and the junior highs are out, they're out.
Right.
It's just closing it down.
And I see you said will be one particular person that's taking the temperatures and be responsible for that data that you said it has to be started and daily log of temperature checks must be kept. That's each person, like the head coach, I'm assuming?
Right, and that's what we put in there, we wanted each, they would have to come and talk to the athletic director or the compliance officer, could be the principal or that, and it's explained to them, here's what you have to do. And really for that login sheet, what that's for is, for Linda Dick, okay, the health department, we've talked with her a lot about it, and she's been really good, the health department's been great to work with. But that login sheet gives you a list of who's there.
Yeah, the contact. Right?
And if somebody does, for contact tracing, if somebody, 2 days from now comes up positive, now you can go back to that list and say, well, here, these 12 kids, that was contact tracing, so they're out, they're quarantined.
Two more things real quick. You designate a length of practice. So if you've only got, like Jerry said, 10 kids in the 4th grade, and you just need to get them in there for a little bit of fundamental work, how long do you have a practice? Because I'm sure you're going to have multiple groups needing to get in, especially, I know with elementary, how many is there? So can you limit practice to, say, 45 minutes, where they start bang and then give that 15-minute interval for the next hour to start on, or something? I don't know if you talked about it, but for something that...
Yeah, and I think a lot of that, what they're going to run into is the high schools right now. I know down at River right now, we just went over with our wrestling team because our junior high wrestling, we won't allow them in the building at the same time with the high school wrestlers, okay, because they're two different teams. So the junior high wrestling has to practice late. They have to wait till the high school's done and out of there. Kind of the exact same protocol. The same way with those teams, don't come into the gym. All the practices are closed. We don't want the intermingling, the intermixing, crossing of each other and everything. We've even had, and some of our kids have been really good about it, and our coaches, back when we had junior high volleyball, they would come into the cafeteria to catch the bus, and we had to explain to them, you can't be in here, we have a home volleyball game tonight, you have to go to the other side and wait for the bus, because you can't be in here. You just can't be in that area in case there was somebody.
And kind of to piggyback what Jerry said about two teams, some of the schools have curtains.
Right.
And separate entrances. Is that something you could maybe get two teams in?
Yeah. If you had a curtain, if you had a divider like that, where you can separate the kids, absolutely, you could run two teams in there because that has that curtain in there.
Thank you.
Because that does separate it plenty, and that keeps them separated, basically two different units.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to have to be a mixture with those young kids and the coaches, and, I think there are some that will use it, some are practicing other places, but a lot will come in to use it, and it's going to have to be kind of okay, we have this time open and this time open to where you can come in.
I know you've only clarified that you're looking to take on youth, but we have, because of the policy passed, been turning away all other groups using our facilities. So, if you want to give us guidance along with not just youth, but these other groups.
Yeah, because it's going to open up a whole nother can of worms. Do you hold a sports banquet now? Do you hold daddy-daughter dance? Do you hold a Valentine's Day dance? Do you hold, you know what I'm saying? I mean, it's when you open that up, it's also going to open up because the next group is going to come in and say, now wait a second, you allowed this group in now. What about us? So it's going to be a fine line. I'm just telling you what road you're headed down.
I think we talked about this before. I'm not necessarily 100% in favor of allowing this even to start, and because we've seen a significant surge here recently, and I can only imagine it's going to get exponentially worse, and it will be lucky to get into Thanksgiving and Christmas without being in a red situation, and allowing 10 kids that aren't from the same family together, sweating, time of the year, the flu's going around. I guess in contact with the health department, they think it's a good thing. I'm all for kids getting out and being busy and being active as opposed to sitting on the couch, but we're in a once in a lifetime situation that I hope we never see again. Maybe we should sit back and see what happens.
We have to think about, too, after you open those gyms up at night like this, that how clean are they the next And we've been pretty darn good as a staff, I think, of kind of controlling it within our walls right now. But it's hard.
How many of us thought we'd get this far?
Oh, I don't think anybody did.
I lost money.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion to allow youth sports participants to use facilities.
Was there any other questions or information that needed?
I'll second it.
Mr. Guy?
Yes.
Mr. Winkler?
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Shoemaker?
Yes.
Mrs. Smith?
No. Motion carries, and that brings us to number 3, approval of the cleaning person for Monroe Central Athletic Facility, SOS Bellsville Fieldhouse, and a 12-month, 8-hour-a-day cleaning person for River Campus, including Fieldhouse assignment position. It's a cleaning person, right? Because
Cleaning person. So, let me clarify a few things. Before Rob, had, not been in the office, we met with our, labor management team, and our union was there, and we had an agreed-upon solution to the needs that we had, and that's what you're looking at in front of you. He had asked me to follow through with it, and the agreement was working with our union representatives of how many hours we thought it would take to clean the buildings and where we needed additional assistance. So, unfortunately, the job description and the pay scale, which I handed to you, didn't get uploaded. I don't know what happened today, but that is in front of you. That has not changed from any of our other positions. But what we had agreed upon is that a 10-month position, full-time, could clean the Monroe High School athletic new facility, along with the SOS building, which is a 2-hour position once a week, and the Bellsville Fieldhouse. That would be one position. The River Fieldhouse, because of the size of the structure, was suggested it be a 12-month cleaning position full-time, and also be assistance to the rest of the River campus. And that was why it was 12 months. And that was what was agreed upon in the labor management. The grounds positions that you tried to have do this, under direction of Rob, was for me to work with Steve, that those positions need to be, and Linda O'Connor, that those positions need to be more oriented towards our needs of having folks that are trained with like HVAC training and water treatment plant training. And so it's probably going to put it in a different pay structure. And the intent was to have it on the board today. At one time, you did see it on your agendas. And I just ran out of time. He had asked me once again to sit down with Steve. I think we know what we need, but I have not had that time to finalize that with him. It has not shown up on here for a while because we wanted Steve to come in and get an idea of what he needed in his staff. He hasn't been on staff with us very long, and I'm pretty sure that's the direction we're going. So this was what labor management, along with Rob running that meeting, agreed to, and that's why I put it on there for you tonight that way.
What effect does this have on your SOS cleaning person, the one-year role?
We don't have one right now because we hired him as our, I believe,
Courier. Okay.
So that's why the suggestion was they thought that package could be handled.
Okay.
So that one person can clean all those facilities in the time frame between the use one day and the next day?
It's, yeah, that was what was brought to us from the labor management, that they thought this would work.
Now, we have cleaning people now that mow, correct? So this, I don't see mowing. I might have missed it because I just ran through.
It's not grounds. Grounds needs to be a different kind of position for us. This is just cleaning those athletic facilities, those field houses that you just opened up. Now, And then additional help at the River campus, outside of just the facilities, the field house facilities.
Any more questions or issues? I'll make a motion that we approve hiring the 2 cleaning person positions presented.
I second.
We do it.
My computer's down. I vote yes.
Okay.
You didn't fix it. You guys are terrible.
I
can go get my 12-year-old and I guarantee you that it's fixed.
It was charging when I got it.
Andy, no excuse.
Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Gutt?
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Shoemaker?
Yes.
Mr. Winkler?
Yes.
Motion carries, which brings us to item number 4, discussion and approval of HVAC system replacement at Monroe Central and Woodsfield Elementary.
Steve?
HVAC systems up.
Take it away.
Basically, what we're trying to do is there's the 2 systems at Woodsfield Elementary and Monroe Central High School. Currently, we have no control over the systems. The main controller boards are bad. The company that was taking care of that has been, when it was originally put in, it was one company. They sold out to a different company. I've been in touch with that company probably 6 times during having conversation. They will not send a rep here to work on anything. So in the meantime, I asked Train to come in to help us troubleshoot the current systems to find out. So we found out what was wrong, which is the main controller board. I called Comfort Systems. They give me a price for that, which was outrageous in my view. And so I asked Train to re-engineer if we could back engineer the same system to get us up and running. Those proposals is what Train's coming up with. So essentially they are replacing the main controllers. There's more at, I believe, Woodsfield Elementary than Monroe Central, but that's the reason of the price difference between the 2, because they're essentially changing the controllers. You've already have a contract with Train to do what they're calling an ensemble. So everything will be on the computer for the maintenance guys. So once we get these tablets for them, they'll be able to go in. Teacher calls up and says, my room's hot. They'll be able to see this on this computer screen, be able to make adjustments right then and there, or be able to find out is there something else wrong and they don't have to go to the school. So it'll speed up this process. Also, this will not hit the general fund. We'll go for the
1%.
classroom facilities fund will come out. So this dollar amount will not affect the general fund.
How old is the system?
Those were installed new, when they built the schools. I can't tell you exactly.
It's been a constant pain, too, hasn't it?
The heating and air conditioning has probably been the biggest headache since I've got here. I'll tell you that. And I will tell you that you have different systems in just about every facility.
Wow.
So
I can remember having trouble with Elementary from the very beginning, where they had no control, no one could change anything temperature-wise. Too hot, too cold, no heat, too much heat.
Yeah.
Gyms, you couldn't control anything in the gym. Monroe Central had it for a long time.
Well, we've actually put in some rewired, just put in some thermostats, so we try to have a little bit of control. Because right now we can't do anything. Actually, Mr. Simple and Mr. Ish have been very lenient with working with me, trying to come back with other ways to get things up and running as much as we can.
Any other questions or discussion? Or
Make the motion, we approve it.
Second.
I'm voting yes, it didn't come up.
Thanks, Steve.
Thank you.
Thanks, Steve.
I vote yes. I'm trying to connect again.
Mine worked.
Mr. Winkler?
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Gus?
Yes.
Mr. Shoemaker?
Yes.
Mrs. Smith?
Yes. Motion carries and brings us to number 5, discussion and approval of Jefferson Health Plan Insurance, VPS, Mutual of Omaha, and Delta Dental for DY21.
So moved.
Well, is there options there?
You have to choose an option.
Oh,
So Mark
Jefferson.
Zimmerman had,
he had the Jefferson Health Plan.
yeah, but there were options, the recommendation,
What's the insurance committee?
well, you had 2 options to choose from, the -5 premium reduction or hold at 0. That was your 2 options. That was what Mark had presented to you earlier. We also have Mark Romick with us who serves on that insurance. Bonnie also sat on it too. The insurance that was, package that was presented to us was included in your agenda. So you'll need to, select, the -5 or the 0%.
What did the insurance committee recommend?
The insurance committee
The
recommended
insurance
0%.
The teachers union made a motion, of 0%. It was voted on by the committee at 0%. Swindon Insurance Agency recommends the -5, so.
The insurance committee was 0. Mark was -5.
Well,
You're like in the middle.
There also, Ms. Brewer, there are 2 other things on there also, the other 2 off, life insurance and,
yeah.
I've seen that.
yeah, the life insurance is about, I think it's $7,290. One claim there which raised that.
It says Mutual of Omaha life insurance rate at 10 cents to 13 cents.
And it was originally 14 cents and, we got it down to 13 cents.
Third thing was a well step to help reach
Which results, what, savings of,
3,000.
yeah, $3,000.
So it looks like what the insurance committee's recommended is what is on the agenda.
Yeah.
Well, down in the discussions, yes, that was.
And I'll still make a motion, we go with 0%.
As well as the other recommendations on the life insurance and the health program. I'll second.
Yes.
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 I'm
We're
still
all
typing.
disconnected.
I was gonna say, I don't have a box.
Nobody does.
Nobody's working.
I'm typing.
No, it's Connie this time.
I'm
No,
slowing
mine,
down.
I'm not connected, it disconnected me.
The first is Mr. Winkler, Bev second, and I heard all yeses, correct?
Yeah.
Right.
I got you all.
Oh, I have an error.
I voted for you. That's
I got a
all.
network connection error now.
How'd I vote?
Oh.
Yeah, how is that?
Yes.
That's all.
Did you guys, I just said, you guys wanted all vote yes? Yes, right, Greg? Yes, yes? Okay. I can change it. Mr. Winkler?
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Guy?
Yes.
Mr. Shoemaker?
Yes.
Mrs. Smith?
Yes. Motion carries. Brings us to the October financial report. Any questions or discussion needed for the reports?
I make a motion to approve.
Second.
Voting is open.
Yes.
Dane.
Yes. Sorry, I'm not on the right screen. There, I'm done.
Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Shoemaker?
Yes.
Mr. Guy?
Yes.
Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Winkler?
Abstain.
Hey, right, I gotta get a public participation. Shonda Carpenter would like to come in and address the board. Is that
We already
possible?
have that.
Yeah, she's
Coming in?
she's taken care of.
We're already got it taken care of.
She's gonna come in, though. She wants to come in the building.
They're on Zoom.
She's outside.
They were told they had to do Zoom.
Okay, I don't care. I'm just saying she was wanting to know if she could come in.
Why can't they come in person?
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
What?
9, 10.
Jordan,
Well, I'll go sit in the other room if she wants to come in. Whoever she is.
She might
This
have
is
already
Jordan.
left.
Jordan is
Going
fine.
on to Zoom anyhow, I don't know.
She was fine with Zoom.
Okay. I don't know who he is or anything.
Hi, Jordan. You're muted.
There we go.
There you go.
Can you hear
Okay.
me?
Yep. Go ahead when you're ready.
All right. I'd like to thank you very much for listening this evening. I'm coming to you from home where my son is currently quarantined, and I had to stay home with him today because of that. So back in March 13th, 2020, school as we know it changed for now. While the school staff and students are the same on the outside, inside we are all now very different. We as professional educators have dealt with these unforeseen circumstances in very different ways. Year after year, teachers always find a way to make it happen. We always adapt and overcome, no matter the circumstances, and now is no different. Not only have teachers had to change everything about our hours inside the classroom, but the hours outside of school have changed too. In the summer, due to the uncertainty of the situation, I had no idea who was going to be in my classroom, if they were in person or virtual, and where I was going to put everyone or how I was going to keep everyone safe. Our class rosters changed by the minute. Once I heard about the remote option, that threw another dynamic into the mix. Who was going to teach this? How are we going to be responsible for delivering instruction in so many ways? The questions and anxiety reached an all-time high, but like always, we've made it happen. Teachers are no stranger to quick change, and the changes for this new school year brought a whirlwind of uncertainty. Many of us felt confused as information changed daily from the state all the way down to our individual schools and even from school to school. And prior to today's changes, we were and we're adapting. But a day in second grade is no longer what it used to be. Instead of students entering our room at 8:20 after they had a chance to have their breakfast and time to unwind in the cafeteria, they now come in at 8 o'clock. And since students are in our rooms earlier, I arrive at school before my contracted start time of 7:45. And to offset the time difference, I now typically arrive around 7:15. That with my own children who aren't always willing or thrilled to be spending so much extra time at school. So upon the arrival of my student kids, they unpack, sanitize, get their breakfast. And in past years, I would check in one-on-one with each kid and ask them specific questions to their overall, check on their overall well-being. But now they're individually seated with a very impersonal, good morning, how are you doing from far away? And while they're visiting and settling in for the day, spills and messes happen. Chocolate milk spills and ends up inside desks and dripping down the sides of the legs of the desk. Banana bread crumbs are squished in underneath tennis shoes. And while I'm attempting to take attendance, collect notes, take lunch count, prepare for instruction, get everything situated, organized, I'm also cleaning up spills and messes, and often with my own cleaning supplies that I've provided for my room. Restrooming is another area that has changed this year. Previously, students would ask to go to the restroom as needed throughout the day, but now in order to keep track of contact tracing, I have to write down every time a student goes to the restroom throughout the day. In second grade, we haven't yet gotten to tell time on an analog clock, so that's my job. While I'm teaching, I walk around the room, assist students, and I must stop and record their restroom trip each and every time. This has taken valuable time away from teaching. Students can no longer work collaboratively or together. And in the younger grades, we rely on those strategies. And now they remain seated, socially spaced from one another. They no longer can use my carpet as an exciting place for an exciting read aloud, and my kiddos have to stay in their own little spaces. Classroom materials such as dry erase boards, markers, erasers, phonics tools, pencils, highlighters, Chromebooks, math blocks are now individually labeled, bagged up, and touched only by our students. In the past, student specials, such as gym and music, were a 30-minute time to catch our breath, make a copy, hit the restroom, send a dojo message, check and reply to the mounting emails, or maybe grade.
I'm sorry, I need to interrupt you. We have an issue with our recording device. Can you hold on 1 second?
Sure.
I have a big white label across it, and it says, "You've reached the time limit."
Okay, so does it say okay?
Close.
Yeah, you can close. Hopefully.
Okay, you can.
We'll let you do it. It just went to that.
Okay, Jordan, go ahead. You have like a minute, a little bit more than a minute left.
Okay. So in the past, the students, I don't even know where I was now, sorry. We could check a grade a paper or two of time allowed. Now music classes travel every other day, and so there's not much time to do that without finding somewhere else to go. There isn't a moment to catch our breath or gather our thoughts, considering that is my planning time. I've never been able to plan during that time, not because I am inefficient as an educator, but because the daily to-do list that I keep grows by the minute. In elementary grade, students must be guided every step of the way. One cannot simply introduce an assignment, pass out a paper, and let the students complete it. When the students work independently for 5 minutes, I'm assisting another student who needs accommodations, assisting login to Chromebooks because they've forgotten their username or password, clarifying directions, reading a word aloud, and it's not uncommon to look back and see 5 hands waving in the air. And every day I'm expected to be on my A game 100% of the day with my positive spirit and smile on my face while I can all the time feel the crunch. A friend of mine said it best this year that it feels like we're drowning and our arms and legs are tired. The tasks involved every day with planning essentially for 3 modes of instruction are mounting. And although I'm becoming a little bit more comfortable with Google Classroom, this summer I had to teach myself how to use it in preparation for teaching remotely when it became known in August that we would be responsible for both in-person and learning and remote learning. So every day I ask myself, how can I teach the kids who can't read yet to come work independently? The truth is, sadly, I can't. These students would be reached one-on-one to fill in any gaps, but now it's left up to the grown-up at home to figure out how I plan to teach each topic so they can help their child with the assignment and they can actually learn and retain the information. At best, I try to scour YouTube and come up with other ways to teach them, but everything has to be workbooks and worksheets and so forth have to all be uploaded, shared, saved, switched from Omarisa to Swiss, Ohio, and then finally uploaded again into Google Classroom. We have approximately 8 to 10 assignments every day times 5 days a week. So that's a lot of stuff. The same must be done with the student readers and any books that we have. In class, we have lengthy discussions about what we read. So I'll have to type up all the questions so the grown-ups at home can discuss with their child what they read. So whether there's 1 student learning or 30, the workload is still the same. Those students need access to the same content. On average, I spend approximately 5 to 6 hours on the weekends preparing, creating, and planning just for remote students now. I have to tell my kids that I can't play with them or go to an event with them because my dedication to my job and the commitment I have to make sure the students are receiving the best education while at home is priority. I've always spent the majorities of my Sundays after church on the couch surrounded with school stuff, and now I do the same as I utilize the evenings after my own kids go to bed. Since we're always running out the door to practice, I can't stay late at school, and we're a very busy family, and due to my husband's illness and my household responsibilities are all on me. I love my kids. I love what I was called to do. Teaching is all I've ever wanted to do since I was 8 years old, and I can't just find another job if I get overly stressed about the current state of things. I can't just walk away. I know in-person learning is the best way for my kids to learn, and I hate the guilt that I feel knowing that many of my students aren't getting what they need. Behind every smile, laugh, silly dance, or book character voice that I brave each day, there's an insurmountable worry. Am I doing enough? Am I providing what they need to close their gaps? How am I going to get it all done? When am I going to get it all done? Will I have to sacrifice time with my family again when I'm asked to cuddle just because I need to finish before the race begins again the next morning? So for now, instead of those high fives and hugs and special handshakes we have, I will continue to do the Rona bumps, which we call our elbow bumps. I will continue to have late nights and very short weekends. I will continue to run an in-person and a remote classroom because I know that's what my students need. I'll continue to check in daily to make sure they're doing okay overall. I will continue to make sure they're safe. I will make sure they're loved. I will make sure they're fed at least twice at school, and I will make sure they're clothed if they need it. I will also continue to provide and wash water bottles when they forget theirs, and I will push on to do what needs to be done for my students because that's what I do. I'm not just an educator, I'm a lot more. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Jordan. Okay, the next one is, I don't have it.
So upon the arrival of my student, they unpack, sanitize, get their breakfast, and in past years, I would check in one-on-one with each kid and ask them specific questions to their overall, check on their overall well-being.
No, yeah, she's muted. I didn't do that though. I'm doing it.
Same one because that's how I've been turning in there.
Yes, she's unmuted.
Yeah,
There she is.
All right. Sorry, folks.
Sarah, we're good.
Are we good now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. My name is Susan Bondi, and I'm a fourth grade teacher at Woodsville Elementary. I was hired 31 years ago in 1989. Mr. Winkler, I don't think you were on the board that year, but I do believe you have probably been on the board for about 80% of my teaching career. During that time, I have been a loyal and supportive employee of 10 superintendents and 14 different principals. My 2 children attended school in this district. I now have 3 grandchildren enrolled here, and I reside in this school district. I've had the opportunity to view the district through many different lenses. To start this evening, I want to thank the board for your service to the students in our district. I realize that your job is not easy, especially during these tumultuous times. I have a long-standing relationship with almost all of you on the board, so it is my hope that you realize my decision to speak tonight is a statement of my commitment to our students and the success of our district. In spring of 2020, as Jordan said, everything changed, not only for our schools, but for the world. And the impact of COVID put us all into a tailspin. The school shutdown had the greatest impact on our students. We all have experienced those moments in history that we can recall what we were doing at that exact moment in time. September 11th, 2001, I can remember even the clothes I was wearing on that day. March 12th, 2020, 8 months ago to this day, Switzerland of Ohio local school district students experienced the last day of school as they knew it. This pandemic is more than a moment in time for our students, and this crisis has become their day-to-day reality. I had a young man who walked in front of the temperature scanner just 3 days ago, and his circle went red, meaning his temperature was elevated. He immediately burst into tears. He told me, "I have COVID. My mom will have to quit her job. My dad won't get to work. How is my family going to have money for food?" This is the reality of what our students are facing. The good news is that once we got his sweatshirt off and his thermal undershirt, he was able to cool down pretty quickly and his temperature went back to normal. So here we are in the fall of 2020. Just like the rest of the world, teachers are taking the precautions to help slow down the spread of COVID. We're wiping and sanitizing everything we touch, wearing masks, social distancing, eating in classrooms, spraying down playground equipment, washing hands before passing out papers, cleaning any materials that we've used. All of this takes time away from instruction. Why would I mention this? We are still required to have students ready, as in other years. Testing has not stopped. Just last week, third graders in the district were taking 3 hours worth of Ohio air tests to pass their third grade reading guarantee. So our students are teachers are still feeling the pressure of making sure our students reach a certain academic level. Teachers are teaching students in the classroom or teaching remote students that are not in the classroom. Some of those remote students have internet, some of them do not. So the approach we take is totally different for each group of students. We've learned new methods of teaching to accommodate these various groups of learners. Since the shutdown alone, I've learned how to use virtual classrooms such as Zoom, Google Meet. I know how to stream. I can make Bitmojis and Wakelets, use Flipgrid and Kahoot, and the list just seems to go on. When I started teaching, you basically went from front to the back of the book, and that was it. Now we teach using numerous mediums and resources. Quite frankly, it is 10 times the workload it was 30 years ago. At any time during the day, I have from 23 to 26 students and adults in my room. Social distancing of 6 feet is not an attainable goal. There is not enough room. We wear our masks the entire day except when we eat. And let me tell you, my kids are troopers. I am so very proud of them because they do a great job with it. Planning for each individual child, whether they are in class or remote, involves creating instructional methods tailored to each specific learning need. Every child has different needs that must be addressed. This planning occurs outside of our instructional hours. Quite frankly, there just doesn't seem to be enough time in a 24-hour day, let alone the school day of 7:45 to 3:15, to accomplish the workload that is expected to perform effectively. Across the district, I'm hearing words such as overwhelmed, unsure, scared, depleted, exhausted, and staff. Educators are trying to balance the security and well-being of every child, plus meet the educational demands placed on us. The emotional needs of the child must be the priority. For this to happen, employees need to be in a good state of mind also. We must find some common ground. I will leave you with this thought. In some ways, teaching in a classroom is like working in an ER. Although the decisions may not be life and death, teachers have a certain amount of time to get it right and make decisions that are life-altering for students. The decisions we make today will follow our students for the rest of their lives. The children we serve deserve our best. The board, administrators, teachers, and staff must support each other to achieve this. Divisiveness is not the solution. As a district, I believe we have much more that binds us together than divides us. As we have been saying for months, we are all in this together. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you, Susan.
Thank you.
What's that? Oh, okay, she's connected. Oh, while we're waiting for Shonda, I sent everyone the policies and told them that we normally don't answer questions, but if they would submit them, we would try our best to answer them, and no one submitted questions at that time. Hi, Shonda. Looks like you're connected.
Okay, good. I also wrote a small speech.
Okay, go ahead when you're ready.
Okay. I wrote a small speech to provide an insight of what teaching is like during 2020, specifically for me. I'm sure a lot of my coworkers can relate. I just want to thank you for listening. I was very, wait a minute. Something's going on because it keeps playing back to me.
Do you have a different screen? Like, were you watching it maybe and now you're in the meeting?
I don't know.
You might need to close that other screen.
Okay, I did now.
Okay.
Let's see. Okay. We back?
Yeah, you're still here. Go ahead. Is it still playing?
Yes.
Oh my.
Okay, now I think I got it now.
Okay. It's like other voices in your head. Yeah. Let me see if Tess can give us a hand.
I wonder if she's on YouTube.
Well, that's what I thought, that she was.
There's a delay
Oh.
in watching the YouTube.
Shonda, I think you might have the YouTube open in your background. If you can close the YouTube screen watching our meeting.
Okay.
He has the classroom.
Yeah, that's right.
Special education.
Yes.
Special ed teacher?
She's a self-contained, she has a self-contained.
Okay, now can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I had YouTube open. Okay. So I just want to thank you for listening. I was very excited to return to school in person. I miss my students terribly. My students return to me year after year, and we share a great bond. Some of my students this year starts their 4th year spending their days with me, so you can see how easily they become very special to me. So in August, I started prepping at home and spent hours on YouTube learning how to create a Bitmoji classroom in case I had remote students. As August came to a close, we returned to our building, but at first it was teachers only. I spent hours upon hours learning how to take a document, scan it on the copier, it sends to my email. From there, I save it as a PDF. Then I go into Google Classroom to upload whatever documents I want them to work on for that week. Now I felt semi-confident to start my school year. Everything about my job has changed, every single thing. At the start of the school day, I have students who eat in my classroom because now our students eat breakfast in the gym so they can spread out, and it makes my students feel uncomfortable. My students thrive on structure and routine. They've only known eating in the cafeteria. So for their own sanity, I allow them to eat in my room, but now that means I no longer have time to prep myself for the day. I have students presenting problems and striking up conversations as soon as I enter my room. I can no longer make copies or visit other teachers or even have a moment's peace to get my thoughts together. My students do not get the social environment that they need so much. They eat alone with 3 or 4 other students in the class and myself. I strategically try to expose them to social situations so they know how to handle real life situations. But this year, that doesn't make sense anymore. We clean up after breakfast and we re-sanitize our classroom and start our day. I now mark attendance where I mark in person, but tally my remote students by the work they turn in and who might be sick and why. What used to take 30 seconds now requires a spreadsheet to keep track of. First period is planning period for me, so I race against the clock to have everything prepped for my students who are in person for the day. I am challenged with the gap that they already have and the gap that got bigger when we went remote for the last 4 months of the school year. I think every day this list should be shrinking, but I always find lots of things I need to get it done and it grows. The next 2 periods I am teaching where I wear my mask so we can be safe, and sometimes my students need hands-on help. My students then cannot read my facial expressions or read my lips, and my words are mumbled because of my mask. We routinely sanitize and maintain social distance requirements, so we no longer work in groups, which they thoroughly enjoy. 4th period, I touch base with my remote students. I call their parents or text my students to see how it's going. 2 of them moved to doing paperwork because their internet is too slow or they cannot navigate computer programs. So this really limits how I can do instruction time with them. I have been to some of my students' homes to help them with problems. I've met them on my days off to pick up something, and I answer phone calls and texts 24/7. I must monitor, engage, and support them with my only contact being phone call or text. Trying to find work that is useful for them to close their gap and gain some knowledge, yet not be too hard that it discourages them. I also use this time to print copies, check for messages or emails from them, grade the paperwork they have turned in, collect paperwork from their outside classes, and then I have a system where I do spreadsheets to monitor all of these things. Then we go to lunch. Lunch where I used to pull myself together and talk to my coworkers. Now my time is spent with my students. The one thing that keeps me grounded is I'm able to eat lunch with my son. He is my best friend, and outside of my students and my aide, he's probably the only person I get to talk to freely all day. Again, with the rest of the world flipped upside down, I agreed to allow my students to stay within my room. So they do not get any of the socialization they need because they feel so uncomfortable about lunch. The one thing that remains constant and is the same is my classroom, and that's where they feel safe. After lunch, most days I am mentally drained. My smile starts to fade, and so does my students. They feed off my energy, and some days I just don't have it in me. The rest of my day is filled with in-person classes where we social distance, wear our mask when we need to, and we sanitize. I have been able to shield my in-person students from most of the negative effects from this change, mostly because I have an amazing aide and I've worked really hard and put in a lot of hours outside of my school day, which I am not compensated for in any way. The ones it affects the most are my remote students. They're really missing out on any social skills they so desperately need. They're missing out on the routine and structure that school provides. They're missing out on a visual and auditory instruction for concepts they need guidance on. We normally work on IEP goals, things they need to be successful. Now I just send paperwork home and I hope someone is instructing them on what or how to do it. How can I measure these goals when I don't know the instruction behind it? There is no instant feedback for these students. Sometimes I can't answer their calls or messages for hours. I am a single mom with a family of my own, and my own kids play sports, and life happens every day and things have to get done. How do I challenge these students and take them to the next level with little to no instruction? How do I help them with science, history, intro to family, or health that I am not actually the teacher for? If they do not complete their work, how do I motivate a child who isn't coming to school? In my opinion, my remote learners are paying the price. I am doing everything to the best of my ability and trying new things to help them gain something from this experience. However, I feel like most days I fail. I'm always thinking, watching, looking for new ways to teach them remotely to be more effective. I feel like COVID with remote and in-person learning has affected all of us negatively, me, my students, and my own family. Teaching has never been an 8 to 3:30 job, and I love what I do. But now I feel pressured to choose my students or my own personal family 24/7. The life we once lived is no longer viable because everything about teaching has changed.
Thank you, Shonda.
Thank you.
Good. Is that all for public participation? Okay. All right, that brings us to the approval of the 5-year forecast, the treasurer's report.
The copy of the forecast for the, you guys, I gave you copies of the actual report. So, start on page 3. This is a forecast summary of all the revenue and expenditures. If you look, we are positive balance through the entire forecast. With 2023 and 2025, We are spending more than the revenue that is projected to be brought in. So we are, in the negative there, but the actual ending balance is still the positive. So, just like I say every year, this is just a snapshot of what I know now. I'm hoping all the revenues are coming in. This is just a projection. So, this is my best guess as of today of what to be getting in or expending. Page 4 is just the overview of revenue from all sources. Page 5, this is where we're getting into mineral valuation, which we have a significant decreased mineral valuation. Fiscal year 21, if you look at the top, you'll see 2021, and then we have a decrease in 2021, or 2020 is higher than 2021, so we have a drop there. And after that, 22, 23, 24, 25 remains stable with what I know. But that significant drop is due to non-production of the virus, no production. Page 6, we had is a PUF values. We had an increase in PUF value. We have leach pipeline, and then we had rover. And we all know there was an appeal for the rover. The rover appeal of the 47 or 43% is not in the forecast. Then we had an increase with the AEP, Ohio Transmission, and Columbia Transmission for PUF value. Page 7, we have no income tax. 8, the district is on a state funding guarantee. It's expected to continue to the forecast. However, last year, fiscal year 21, the budget was decreased for our district, and also for fiscal year 21 was in the same amount of the $544,892. And then I dropped the guarantee, not knowing what's going to happen with the wealth of our district or what they're going to do with the budget. I have it falling by 2% per year, starting in fiscal year 2023. Page 9 is the restricted grants in. I have at the bottom of the page there were some funds coming in from Student Wellness Fund aid. We're expected to receive about $915,000 for fiscal year 21. Not knowing beyond that what's going to happen. That is not included in the forecast because that is a 467 fund, so that's a grant fund that's not included in general fund. We also received CARES Act money of $600,000 for fiscal year 21, and that money is also not included in here because it is a grant fund. Property tax is pretty stable, not too much going on with that. Page 11, we have a large increase in fiscal year 2023 because that's when the anticipated pilot payments are supposed to start. Page 12, this is just operating transfers in, financing sources of sales, loss, assets, and refund of prior year expenditures. Page 13, we get into the expenditures part. That's just an overview of all the expenditures. Page 14 is actually salaries. I have as we all know, we're in the middle of 2 negotiations for both unions. We're working on expired contracts, and we're currently in negotiations. So there is no new approved base increase for right now. So there is a 5% increase that is placed in the forecast as a placeholder and projection purposes only. It is not guaranteed for them to receive that base, but I have that in the placeholder. Page 15 is the employee benefits. So you just approved the 0% renewal rate. I did put that in. In fiscal year 20, we had a 0%, and now this year for fiscal year 21, starting in January, it will also be 0% because the board just approved that. Then from 2021 to 2025, I do have a projection of a 10% renewal rate, not knowing what's going to happen with the claims, especially hopefully with this virus. If it ends, people will go back to the procedural appointments, doctor's appointments, surgery, things like that. 16 purchase services, it's remaining, I have that remaining about the same over the next 5 years. Same with supplies and material, I dropped it down a little bit. In 2021, it made it increase to 2% over until 2025. Capital outlay, each year we buy 4 new buses, so that is in the forecast. Page 19 is this is the refurbishment project for Swiss Hills, the financing of the debt over the next 5 years. And the other objects are EFC deductions, county auditor, treasurer fees, audit expenses. I have an increases as we get more money from the auditors. Their fees, of course, increase also. And the other financing uses, which is on page 21, the board had asked me to forecast $7 million being spent each year for the next 3 years. So that is included in 2021, 22, and 23 for additional expansions of more classrooms. Then on 22 is just the full forecast of what we looked at abbreviated in the beginning.
Yeah, I think something on the cafeterias. How are we doing in there? We're losing money in there. How much?
Oh, I'll have to look.
I thought it was like 200,000.
I don't know, Darren. I have to look.
Are we going to get? Do you expect any reimbursements, states, for these free lunches and stuff in the near future?
Well, yeah, they're all going to be free right now. We'll get reimbursed at the full rate for every lunch that we serve.
Okay, and you don't know when you're going to get reimbursed?
Well, they do it. You submit it by the 10th of usually every month, 10th to the 15th, and you should usually receive the money by the next week or two.
Okay, thank you.
As long as they're doing I got to talk to Sam and them and make sure they're handling all that side right now.
Okay, thanks. That's the only question I have.
Okay. I'll look into it for you.
Any other questions or discussion on the 5-year forecast?
I make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, voting is open.
Yes.
Okay.
Good job.
Oh, I thought I voted yes. I'll that now.
Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Winkler?
Yes.
Mr. Gus?
Thanks.
Mr. Shoemaker?
Yes.
Yes. Motion carries. Thank you for your work on that and explanation, Connie. At this time, I need a motion to adjourn to executive session to consider the appointment, employment, dismissal, discipline, promotion, demotion, or compensation of a public employee or official.
So moved.
Okay.
Okay, voting is open.
I vote yes.
Yes.
Mr. Shoemaker?
Yes.
Mr. Gus?
Yes.
Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Winkler?
Yes.
Let the record show that at 9:48, we and I'd like to call this meeting back to order. And let the record show we reconvened at 9:59, and at this time I need a motion to adjourn to executive session to consider the appointment, employment dismissal, discipline, promotion, demotion, or compensation of a public employee or official.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Shoemaker?
Yes.
Mr. Gus?
Yes.
Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Winkler?
Yes.
Did you pause that? Oh. Connie, you want to stay? I think this one will be short and sweet, too. I can.
Give me about 5-6 seconds here.
Okay.
Live.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'd like to call this meeting back to order. Let the record show that at 10:04 we reconvene back into open session. At this time, I need a motion to adjourn to executive session for preparing, conducting, or reviewing negotiations or bargaining sessions with public employees concerning their compensation or other terms and conditions of employment.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you.
Voting is open.
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Shoemaker?
Yes.
Mr. Gus?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Winkler?
Yes.
Let the record show at 10:00. I will move on to, that was item number 7, Connie. Mine gets messed up.
Yes, it was item.
Okay.
Let me take this.
All right, so on item number 9, I need a motion to adjourn to executive session to consider the appointment, employment, dismissal, discipline, promotion, demotion, or compensation of a public employee or official.
So moved.
Second.
Ronnie, is this working?
No, I'm voting yes.
Okay. Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Shoemaker?
Yes.
Mr. Gus?
Yes.
Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Winkler?
Yes.
Motion carries. Let the record show that we are adjourning to executive session at 10:49.
Oh,
There we
no.
go.
I'm logged out.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, Connie. Do you want us to wait to reconvene?
Let me out. Okay, I think I'm in now.
All right, I'd like to call this meeting back to order. Let the record show at 11:16 we reconvene to open session.
Yes.
At this time, I need a motion to adjourn to executive session to consider the appointment, employment, dismissal, discipline, promotion, demotion, or compensation of a public employee official.
So moved.
Second.
It'd be nice if I could just say blah, blah, blah.
Yes.
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Shoemaker?
Yes.
Mr. Gus?
Yes.
Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Winkler?
Yes.
Motion carries. Let's adjourn to executive session at 11:17. Are we ready? All right, I'd like to call this meeting back to order and let the record show that we reconvened at 12 o'clock midnight. And at this time, I need a motion to adjourn to executive session for preparing, conducting, reviewing negotiations or bargaining sessions with public employees concerning their compensation or other terms and conditions of employment.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, voting is open. Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Shoemaker?
Yes.
Gus?
Yes.
Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Winkler?
Yes.
Butternut squash.
Hey, they're only $1.
Okay, this one is, did that end?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, but I don't think we've ended. The on to personnel. Is there any questions or issues with personnel attachments?
Yeah, we're voting on them separate, aren't we?
Yep, if you want, unless you want anything pulled out.
Are we still, you're still gonna recommend someone for a transportation coordinator?
Yes, that was a recommendation. Yes.
Everyone agrees with that, right?
Mm-hmm.
I got a question. The gentleman you're gonna put in transportation coordinator, who checked these references out?
I believe, O'Connor shared that to me,
She did?
and she provided them.
She did, right?
She provided them, I think they're attached.
No. Attach them on. What I'm saying, you're saying right here, right now, that Linda O'Connor, or any of you checked the recommendations out
I think they're
for this
provided.
gentleman? Huh?
I think
The
they're
references,
provided.
the references are.
And by the way, I was on one of the calls with the school that he currently works. So yes,
You were?
I heard-
Absolutely. You're telling me that right now in public? Right here, you was
Yes,
in,
the references were checked with the school he currently works with. They were not happy that he was yelling him.
they weren't? Who did you talk to?
The superintendent / I believe she also serves as the transportation director.
Well, that's funny. I talked to her too. Do you know her name? You know her secretary?
I don't have it in front of me, Ronnie.
Okay.
Linda, I believe, is on here.
Well, tell Linda, come on, I want to know.
It doesn't look like she's on there,
I'm
Cindy.
pretty sure that this is what there was, but let me see if I can get her on here.
Yeah, get her on here. I'm saying, I don't think everyone, when they say they check references out on people here, they aren't checking the references out.
Do you have some information?
Yeah, I called to just
I
check.
mean, do you have some information?
Yeah,
Well, let's hear it.
I just called down to check who called about his references.
Okay. So what'd you find out?
No one from here called. No one from here called last meeting. They called after our last meeting, and all they did was check about transportation. They never checked him out, nothing. You know the superintendent down there, Stephanie Starcher? I talked to her 45 minutes. You know her secretary, Linda?
Linda Hart?
Yeah, I talked to her too.
So, what's your point?
What I'm saying is, a lot of these people were harmed, And people say they check the references out, they don't check them
I
out.
don't understand, what's your point? What's your point? Do you know something bad about him? Well, Ronnie, that's something you should bring up if there's.
I'm saying if they check the references out, I'll go with their references. But what I'm saying,
You're not making the point. The point I'm asking you is, if you have information that says this person shouldn't be hired, this board should know.
I
And
don't.
you're not, you can't just say,
I'm not, just forget.
I'm saying this, Greg, that
We don't need a
we don't
transportation
need
coordinator.
it. And I said at the last meeting that we did not need this. Jason told us we did not need it. He could handle the job. If
yeah,
he
you
needed help.
bullied Jason into saying we didn't need it.
Who did?
You did.
You gotta be.
I was sitting right here, and I think Sarah mentioned it too.
All right.
I don't care who
It's on
did it. I
record
did
here.
not
Did you guys
bully
call?
nobody. I just
On
asked
record
her
here.
had a
Called the
question.
references, she wrote these up, she called and told me, but by the way, I can't get a hold of her, but it's probably because it's 12:30. And this is the recommendations that came from her. She told me the story of what the superintendent said.
All right, I like
Said
that.
that she also served as a transportation director.
Yes, she does. What else does she serve as?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. Huh.
I didn't
I'm just
interview
saying,
her.
Greg, I did not bully nobody.
Listen, you guys go and behind people's back to look for information. I just want to know, is there a problem with this person in, you're talking about somebody bad about somebody. You're slandering somebody.
Yeah, I'm not saying, I'm just saying.
What do you, I asked you if there was something you knew about him that this board should know, because I want that information.
I was called by an employee down there and they asked me if we checked his references out.
He was called by an employee from Fort Bragg.
Yeah, that when they found out that he was being hard.
What business is that of theirs?
They thought we ought to look into his recommendation.
And did you?
Huh? I called the superintendent and asked her.
Did you find any recommendations?
No, I didn't ask her that. I just asked her.
Then what do you, I don't understand what you're trying to tell me.
I'm just asking.
Maybe she forgot that we contacted them.
I just feel like you think you have something on this guy. And
I
I would like to know it for this
I'm just saying, Greg, when someone calls me and asks me.
A lot of people call you, Ronnie.
Yeah.
A lot of people call
All right. Well, let's just go
What
on.
I'm saying, Greg, is I don't think we even need, I don't care who this guy is.
Okay.
I don't think we
We
need
just got
nobody.
done saying we have an administration that brings us recommendations based on the need of this district, right or wrong? Right or wrong?
Yes, we said that.
It seems like, Greg, what I'm saying is, go back 26 people, now look at what we're at. Every day.
You hire every teacher they bring across there. You hire every teacher. You vote for every teacher.
Yes.
Just because it's a teacher.
No, because we're lucky to get them.
We got more teachers, which means you've got to have more people to take care of things. You're telling me
this.
Okay.
I mean,
so
I can't believe how many people's working here.
Work to death.
They think we're having meetings here every day, or that parking lot full of that, and it's all employees. It's doubled almost. You
Okay.
can't see that everybody wants assistant. Why?
I don't understand why you guys think you have to go behind everybody's back.
I'm not going behind nobody's back.
He did.
I don't. If I got something to say, I'll tell you.
I got no business calling any principal or any administrator. I'm from my administration. They bring the recommendations to us, and we make a decision.
Well, I'm telling you, I don't think we need them.
Okay, you can say that.
Because Jason said he didn't.
But I think that's out of line.
I think it was inappropriate for you to talk to Jason directly. Jason has a
You don't talk to nobody in this district? I guess you don't, because
I
you
was
don't never talk.
talking.
You never listen to nobody, it's your problem.
Are you done?
Yeah, you listen to everybody.
Okay.
I do.
I'm going to call it back to order.
Everybody said.
Yeah, let's
Oh,
go.
yes, I believe them.
Jerry, I'm calling the meeting back to order.
Let's go on.
I have one thing under personnel. I think we need to strike the decisions on the grievances, because we didn't technically hear them this evening, and they've been, right? My computer is way far behind, too. It's not loading.
It's under certificated.
So are you gonna vote for each item separately?
Well, that one needs those two things need pulled off, those grievances. We're not acting on them this evening.
Right, but are you gonna vote on the administration first and then move on? To where you can make the motion to pull them off?
How
Oh,
would you wanna, like, if you're gonna vote each individual item, or you wanna hold to vote on all of them?
yeah. I don't,
However you wanna.
I would like to vote on the behavioral therapist separate from the transportation coordinator.
do you have to do anything to the agenda, Connie, to make those separate, or we just state it separately?
To vote on each item separate, is that what you mean?
Well, Bev just said she would like to
Yeah, you just make, whoever makes a motion, then I can do,
separate it out.
yeah, however you wanna do it.
All right, I'd like to make a motion that we accept the transportation coordinator recommendation.
I'm gonna second it.
Just for the district transportation coordinator.
I don't know.
Mine's really slow.
Then are you?
Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Shoemaker?
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson?
No.
Mr. Gus?
No.
Mr. Winkler?
No.
Motion fails, which brings us to the rest on the administrative list. Is there any questions or discussion about the behavioral therapist? I'll make a motion that we hire the behavioral therapist listed on the administrative tab.
I'll second it.
Yes.
Mr. Winkler?
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Gus?
Yes.
Shoemaker?
Yes.
Motion passes, which brings us to certificated. I make a motion that we postpone the number 5 and the number 7 grievances.
Second.
Mm-mm. Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Gus?
Yes.
Mr. Shoemaker?
Yes.
Mr. Winkler?
Yes.
And Connie, just for clarification, I just noticed that on the printed agenda,
I
they're
changed it.
1 and 2, but
Yeah,
they're there.
I changed it on the actual other side, so once you refresh, you'll see it. From all the ones we moved today
Okay.
and added them.
I just didn't want any.
Okay, thank you. I
Mhm.
didn't notice that.
We still have items under certificated. Is there any discussion or questions on those items?
I'll move we accept.
Second.
You're gonna have to vote for me, Connie. I still got a white space.
Voting is open.
I'm back.
Mr. Winkler?
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Gus?
Yes.
Mr. Shoemaker?
Yes.
Mrs. Smith?
Yes. Motion carries, and that brings us to classified. Is there any questions or issues on? If everyone is okay with it, I'll make a motion to accept all the items listed under classified.
Second.
Yes.
Mr. Shoemaker?
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Gus?
Yes.
Mr. Winkler?
Yes.
Motion carries, which brings us to substitutes. Right. Any questions or issues with the substitute list?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second it.
Voting is open. You're popping up.
I thought I voted. I don't have a box,
Yeah, how do you
but I don't have to change the vote. Yes.
Anderson?
Yes.
Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Gus?
Yes.
Mr. Shoemaker?
Yes.
Mr. Winkler?
Yes.
Motion carries. That brings us to supplementals. Any questions or issues on that list? I make a motion that we accept the supplemental list.
Second.
Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Gus?
Yes.
Mr. Shoemaker?
Yes.
Mr. Winkler?
Yes.
Motion carries, and that finishes Personnel 1. I need a motion to go into executive session for the purpose of considering the appointment, employment, dismissal, discipline, promotion, demotion, or compensation of a public employee or official.
Second.
I got a point of order. Did we ever approve volunteers?
There wasn't
There
any.
wasn't none.
Okay. Well, mine had them, okay.
Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Shoemaker?
Yes.
Mr. Gus?
Yes.
Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Winkler?
Yes.
Motion carries. Let the record show that we are, are we all
He's
connected
gonna give
here?
us the thumbs up.
Yeah, I don't have any internet.
She didn't pay her bill.
Does that
She's
mean I
waiting
get to-
on AT&T.
Does that mean I get to go home?
Yeah.
You can just
Do we have
now.
problems with our internet?
Just wait out.
You're connected to the one upstairs, I'll connect you to the one down here. We put one down here in the other room, might be a little better.
Hey, we're down, there's a couple of things. Might get done here by 2:00, Andy. You room up the Alpine or whatever you call it up there.
Okay, try that.
My wife texted me, she said, I'm gonna stay awake now, she can't stay awake.
Oh, my goodness.
I'll tell you,
Just go back. You know what, that was.
Yep.
yeah,
Thank you.
You guys like me, I go whenever I can't sleep, I gotta get up.
Okay.
Hey, Jerry, from that cow, just had a
Are you
cow.
ready?
Mhm. All right, I'd like to call this meeting back to order. I'd like the record show that we reconvened into open session at 1:26 a.m. And we are on K1. I'll make a motion to accept the doctor's statement submitted by Rob Caldwell's doctor.
Second.
Open.
How about yes?
Yes. How'd I go?
Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Gus?
Yes.
Mr. Shoemaker?
Yes.
Mr. Winkler?
Yes.
Motion carries. Brings us to number 2 under K. Discussion and approval of pro tem superintendent for the duration of superintendent's leave.
I'll make a motion, we appoint Andy Brooks as pro tem.
What salary? How much per day?
500.
500 per day?
500 per day.
I second.
That would be billed through the EST.
Talk to Connie.
Okay.
They yours personally?
I didn't get a box to vote.
I didn't
I'm not
either.
there yet.
Okay.
I know, yeah.
Violation.
Yeah, that's something we can prove after it's, I mean, we can prove up, there's so many benefits, money. What do you know? Deal. I mean, you can't, I think it's hard to prove.
Can say that again.
Mr. Winkler?
Yes.
Mr. Goss?
Yes.
Ms. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Shoemaker?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes. Congratulations, Andy, you're stuck with us now. And if there's no other business to come before the district at this time, I need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Shoemaker?
Yes.
Mr. Goss?
Yes.
Ms. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yeah, I can do it.
Yes.
Mr. Winkler?
Yes.
This meeting is adjourned.